there's any kind of stumbling around at all. And when you look at their schedule coming down the way here, there's a couple opportunities. They've got New Orleans this week. So if it turns into a track meet, they've got New England. Obviously, the battle with Seattle and defensively what they're doing. So, you know, this fits Alex Smith as well, but if the New Orleans game or the New England game starts to turn into a track meet, certainly Colin Kaepernick looked like he gave them a little bit more explosiveness than they've had under Alex Smith.
Brian, let's go back a day again here, back in time a bit, when you had heard Ed Reed was suspended for a game for that hit on Sanders, and then it was the culmination of hits, but for that one was the tipping point for the league suspending him for a game. What was your initial thought?
Well, and Ed's not a dirty player. Ed just plays the game and goes to the ball, and the consequences will be what they'll be. Now, it's not just the one hit. It was a progression of plays that led the league to the suspension. But when you heard John Harbaugh talk about it, you got the sense that they kind of went in the appeals process and kind of had their ducks in a row to say, well, I don't know that the cumulative hits justify a suspension, and when the league looks at that, and that's exactly what John Harbaugh said following up with it, I think they presented a compelling case to the league that says we understand the fine, we understand what you're doing, but this isn't a maliciousness on Ed Reed's part, and the cumulative evidence needs to bring the suspension down. So I applaud the league for doing it. The fact that they are going to that they did review it and hear the player side of it, the team side of it, but they do have to find it because simply Ed, and again, it's not malicious. It's what you're showing right there. He just goes to the ball, and if that means I get there at the wrong time and go head to head, well, that's just part of playing the game.
Brian Billick, Fox Sports, the NFL Network. Again, he's got Tampa, Atlanta this week. I guess the real question with regard to all the player safety, Brian, and I said repeatedly, I applaud the league for erring on the side of safety. Whether it's for purely altruistic reasons or because of lawsuits or whatever the case may be. But there will come a point, or maybe there already has, where some will say they're taking the football out of football. Now, you're a football guy. What do you think of that?
Well, players will adapt, and player safety, and we've talked about this before. It's a conundrum for Goodell because on page one, you have the players and some coaches even ripping just what you're saying. You're taking the physicality out of the game. You're changing the game. You're being too heavy-handed. And then turn the page, and there's 3,000 guys suing you because you didn't take care of us enough and because of the concussion protocol. So you can't have it both ways, so to speak. Injuries have to be paramount. And we've talked about it before. Take the moral and ethical side away from it. These owners, a lot of people are saying, well, the owners really don't care. Yeah, they do, because when you look at the amount of money, time, and effort they put into identifying, procuring, and training these athletes, they don't want that asset not on the field. So they do care, whatever the motivation may be. It's a tough balancing act to walk. I think the commissioner's doing a good job.
And then finally, my self-centered Thanksgiving question. Jets trying to keep alive their season tomorrow night against New England. Patriots lose Gronkowski at the very end of their game on Sunday and now have the short week. So how significant a factor do you think it is in the game that there's no Gronkowski and that Belichick doesn't have a full week to figure out ways around it?
Well, anytime you lose a great player, it affects you, but Tom Brady and the Patriots tend to be able to adapt to that. And if I'm not sure about this, but I think that's a short week for the Jets, too. So the question becomes, are they ready for Bill Belichick on a short week as well? Obviously, it's a big game, but I got a feeling Tom Brady and what they want to do with the Jets. And besides, the Jets aren't competing with the New England Patriots. They're competing in the wild card division in the AFC. They need to get this win, but it's more about what the rest of the AFC is doing as opposed to thinking New York can catch New England.
Oh, that wasn't what I was looking for at all. I mean, there are no words to describe.
You happy now?
No, I'm not. I'm not happy at all.
Between that and Notre Dame being number one, you just got a pretty much a miserable week.
Woohoo! Yes, thanks for mentioning that, Brian, so I didn't have to.
Brian, he's holding up a finger and the world is holding one back.
I know.
Thank you, Brian. Very happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, Brian. Thank you.
All right, sounds good.
That's Brian Billick with us every week on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Again, he's on Twitter at Coach Billick. I strongly recommend following, as he's always got outstanding analysis and insight into football.
Brian seemed a little disgusted with me. Am I taking this thing over the top?
Well, it has been suggested that you are.
Really?
It has been suggested that not only you, but that someone close to you is also taking this a little over the top.
Yeah, we do recognize
We'll
that.
delve into that next. Don't miss it. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cashback grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com. The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike Office Stimulus Package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
A parting shot with Jeremy Schaap.
Our old notions of masculinity and machismo are shifting. When a sports reporter criticized Charles Tillman of the Bears for announcing he'd rather miss Chicago's game against Houston than miss his daughter's birth, there was such a fierce backlash that the writer had to back down. The people had spoken. Most Americans think a father's place is in the delivery room, not the defensive backfield when his wife is in labor. Then, R.A. Dickey won the National League Cy Young Award. Dickey, who was molested as an 8-year-old, says he only came into his own as a pitcher after he summoned the courage to tell his psychotherapist about what had happened to him. Until recently, men were at best discouraged from revealing such things. Both he and Tillman, in their own ways, have demonstrated what manhood is really all about. I'm Jeremy Schaap, and you can listen to The Sporting Life Friday nights at 9 Eastern Time and Saturday mornings at 5 Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
This is Terry Bradshaw. I've won a lot of games by 1 point, so I know the value of an extra point. My friends at Ferguson are fond of extra points, too. Ferguson's been the leader for plumbing and HVAC supply since 1953, so you always get what you need fast. Touchdown! And now when pros order online with Ferguson, you'll get Pro Plus Rewards points. Use these points to get stuff like sports gear, gadgets, and more. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com and tell them Terry sent you.
Good morning with Mike and Mike. It's 8:45. I'm Jared Max, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Allstate. Having one Allstate agent for all your insurance needs saves time. Let an Allstate agent make your life easier by bundling your policies today. Find an Allstate agent near you at allstate.com. Knicks beat the Hornets 102-80 last night. Carmelo Anthony scored 29 points, only played 28 minutes. Raymond Felton, 5 3-pointers. He finished with 15 points. The Knicks are now 8-1. Only other 2 times they started a season 8-1. Those were championship seasons. Tonight, the Knicks continue their run in Dallas against the Mavericks. You'll hear it right here on ESPN New York. Coverage gets underway at 8 o'clock. The Nets in Oakland against the Warriors. That after losing last night in Los Angeles, 95-90. The Nets were up 6 in the fourth quarter, but LA ended the game on a 17-6 run. I'm Jared Max.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Be aware of it, but the Fighting Irish are ranked #1 as they go into USC this weekend.
Really?
So how scared should the Irish be of a redshirt freshman quarterback? We'll be talking about it with Kirk Herbstreit at 9:30 Eastern today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
Herbie, like all our guests on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, that's coming up. You know, there's been so much talk here all year long about this business with the Irish, and we obviously have you have a connection, and I have a connection to you, and you have a connection to the university forever, and now more than ever with your sons on the team. And so you've been accused of not being impartial on this, and accurately. Yeah. And I've been accused of not being impartial on this, and inaccurately. Because while I have wanted to see them win every game, I was not arguing when there were 3 unbeatens or 4 unbeatens. I was not making Notre Dame's case based upon any emotion. Right. I was making Notre Dame's case based purely, and not because I thought they were the best team, because I did not. If you told me right now that Alabama is playing Notre Dame on a neutral field right now, and I have to bet an amount of money, no points on the game, I'm betting on Alabama. Right. It has nothing to do with who I think is better. It was my belief that all this should be based upon what you actually accomplish on the field.
I completely agree. And listen, my allegiance there, obviously, but I was also, when people say you're biased, well, yeah, I'm biased in my thought toward Notre Dame, but when I was laying out the argument for them as well, I was doing it with facts. I wasn't making these things up.
Then there's something else I heard. Andy Staples, who covers college football for Sports Illustrated, he was on ESPN Radio yesterday here, SVP in Rosillo, and they asked him the age-old question, well, if Notre Dame was in the SEC, how would they do? Because that's what we hear all the time from the SEC people, and I've been on Twitter going back and forth with the SEC people ever since the Georgia-Florida game, where I wasn't that impressed.
No,
and
it was kind of an ugly
Alabama,
game.
Texas A&M, which is one of the greatest games you'll ever see, and obviously Alabama, LSU, and everything else. And what I hear from them all the time, look, is the SEC the best conference? Yes. No argument. Clearly they are.
Right.
But the question, well, could Notre Dame possibly win games in the SEC? Well, listen to what Andy said.
I think Notre Dame's the best SEC team in the country. A couple weeks ago I told you they're the second best SEC team in the country. Now Alabama's lost. Notre Dame is the best SEC team in the country. Ferocious defense, offense that kind of slides by and does what it needs to do. That's the SEC blueprint.
To a large extent, it kind of is. If you watch Florida, if you a little less Alabama's quarterback's a little better than that, but not a lot better. But I'll say this: so is Notre Dame's.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's quarterback now, he's going to be really good. I think
he's gotten a lot better from the beginning of the season.
He's had some good games, some not so good games, but I think he's as good right now as just about any of those quarterbacks on the big SEC teams, and their defense is right there with them. So they really are just like that.
Is. Yeah, they are. And I love the emails about be careful what you wish for going into a title game against an SEC team like Alabama or Georgia. They'll wipe the field with you. I'm like, listen, okay, say whatever you want. You know what? Because Notre Dame would be in the national championship game. They'll be underdog, just like they were going to Oklahoma. I mean, so what? Who cares? That's why you play the football game. Let's play the game. Strap it up and play the game.
I don't think anyone will kill them. I would pick Alabama to beat them. I don't think anyone will kill them. A, Alabama's offense isn't going to put up that many points.
No.
And B, Notre Dame's defense is too good. They're not going to get killed by anybody.
And Notre Dame could, you know what? Could actually win those games. But let's get there first. Let's get past USC first, okay?
Now, that brings us to the matter at hand.
Yeah.
Mike and Mike presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car, and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit Progressive.com/snapshot. I did not mean to out you and your wife on this thing yesterday, but I felt it was my obligation.
Yeah.
We played this for you yesterday. I was calling Chris, Golick's wife Chris, at home to congratulate her and just tell her how touched I was by these beautiful pictures of Senior Day that she put up on her Twitter page.
Right.
She's at NDMom. And she has great pictures there from Senior Day when the boys came out. You were all hugging, and it was beautiful. And she didn't answer the phone.
Yeah.
And I heard your outgoing voicemail message.
Yeah.
And I was put off. And I told you needed to change it. For those who didn't hear it, this was what the Golicks had recorded.
Hey, thanks for calling the Golicks.
Yeah, we can't take your call right now.
Because we're busy looking at who's number 1 in the BCS standings.
Oh, now who could that be?
It ain't Oregon or Kansas State.
See, that's no good.
See, and you told me that, and you know what, until I listened to it again after you said that, Chris and I agreed. You were right. We were flat out obnoxious. So on behalf of my wife, I would like to apologize for that and say we changed the outgoing message to apologize and to kind of, soften our stance.
Here's the new one.
Hey, thanks again for calling the Golick House.
We'd like to apologize to those of you who called the house yesterday.
Exactly. We're feeling sorry for sounding so obnoxious about Notre Dame being number 1.
You see, we just couldn't control our happiness.
Maybe we were a bit shocked that those pretenders at Kansas State would get pounded by Baylor.
And really, we were surprised that Oregon just plain blew it.
But seriously, it would be wrong for us to just say anything negative about the great football teams like Alabama.
But
we can fake it.
See,
there you go.
That's not better. No, it's not.
What do you mean? We apologized.
No, it's not better.
We said we were sorry.
Yeah, but you didn't say it with your heart. You said it with your. There was I'm sorry on your lips, but there was ha 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 in your heart.
I don't know if I
No, I think we need to go for a take 3.
Really?
Yeah, no, that one's not going to stand.
You didn't like that.
Now, you call the Golick household. I'm going to give everyone the number right now. And you call the Golick house and you listen to that, and I don't think that's an appropriate message to be an outgoing message from your home.
You know what? When we did that one, we both were pretty satisfied and happy with ourselves.
Yeah, you sounded pretty satisfied. I'm not going to lie to you. And I think the whole world, and this is the problem with all of you Notre Dame people. Oh, we're so great. We're number 1. You're supposed to act like you've been there before. You've been there more than anybody else. You're the school of Rockne and Rudy, for crying out loud. You're Rockne and Rudy. You're the ultimate favorite and you're the ultimate underdog. You're everything. How in the world can you be celebrating anything? That's the way people feel, and that's why people get aggravated.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. It's just the way we are.
I know. It is
we're
priceless.
Having fun.
The joy. Listen. Obviously, we're kidding around. All kidding aside, this is unbelievable. I mean, I can't even fathom. If you're a parent, if you listen to this show and you're a parent, you're an old fart like the two of us sitting up here all these years. Then I know when I watch my son play. He's a 4th grader. Yeah. And when I watch him play basketball, I can't even breathe. I'm so nervous and I'm so proud. I'm a combination of proud and scared, and I don't even know what I am. It's an emotion I can't even describe. To watch your kids have a season like this and now have a chance to go to L.A., play USC in the Coliseum with a chance to go play for a national championship, I can't even fathom it.
I was just actually emailing back and forth with Bob Picozzi, who's a big ND fan as well, and I said I may throw up before this game. I mean, it's because people ask me this question, Audie, you're more nervous watching your kids or you playing. It's not even close. It's not even a conversation. I was in control of myself on the field, and now I just have to sit and watch with all the other parents and can control nothing on the field, so it's way more nerve-wracking to have your kids on the field, and there's going to be a whole lot of nervous parents.
Are you or are you not buying into any of my superstitious stuff?
No.
Nothing?
No.
There's nothing that you're wearing to all the games because it's going well?
No.
You're not doing the same thing, eating the same meal?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
You have zero superstition.
Zero.
About this. See,
Zero.
that stuns me. Stuns me.
And I thought about it, too. There was part of me that thought about, should I do this or do that? And I'm like, no, I don't buy into that. And, so far, 11 times, it's been okay.
Oh, you need to do something. You need to adapt something.
Why? They're 11-0. What do I need to do?
No, but you can't because the big one is still out there.
It's what they do on the field.
All right, call Golick. I'm going to give you the number in just a minute here. I'm Mike and Jason Taylor's on his way in, too.
Greeny is stalled.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, and it starts today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tuesday on ESPN.
Colin Cowherd. Warren Moon comes on our show all the time. And I like Warren, but I think he's off his rocker. He said the criticism of Cam Newton is possibly racist. I would say, you give me an African-American quarterback in football, I'll find you a contemporary Caucasian that gets as much or more heat. Want to play the game? Let's go. Great African-American rookie quarterback, RG3. He's getting far more praise than Andrew Luck. How about pouty quarterback? Cam, racism. I know Jay Cutler has a winning record, and for 5 years has been clobbered by you, the fans, and the American sports media. How about an enigmatic quarterback who wins? Michael Vick, that's racism. Well, Tony Romo gets more. I mean, Romo's the most criticized quarterback with a winning record in league history. Folks, quarterback's a criticized position. It's the highest profile position in sports.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Mike on ESPN Radio. Every hour starts with SportsCenter. Jason Taylor is in our studio ready to talk football, where, Golick, I think we both think there was good news yesterday.
Absolutely. Yesterday during our show, we were talking about how Baltimore Ravens safety Ed Reed had been suspended for a game, which was going to cost him over $420,000. It was appealed, and he won his appeal, and it was no suspension now and reduced to a $50,000 fine, and he can play this week. So while I still quite honestly disagree with the $50,000 fine, he's got to be a lot happier, losing less money and able to play. The Pittsburgh Steelers now are going to be on their third quarterback in 3 weeks as Charlie Batch gets to start this week, and also they've had injury issues as well at wide receiver position. Yesterday they signed Plaxico Burress to be a heck of a red zone weapon for them going on through the rest of the season.
All right, college basketball. Jack Taylor from D3 Grinnell College scored 138 points last night in a 179-104 win over Faith Baptist Bible. He set an NCAA record for field goals, field goal attempts, three-point field goals, three-point field goal attempts, scoring, obviously. And, oh, by the way, he did not record an assist. So, again, 138 points. I can't decide exactly if this is something to be celebrated or not. Elsewhere in the top 10, Indiana beat Georgetown, Florida beat Savannah State, and number 9 North Carolina lost to Butler in Maui. Mike D'Antoni's debut on the bench with the Lakers was a success. They beat the Nets 95-90. Knicks remain hot. They beat the Hornets 102-80. Carmelo had 29 points. Sixers beat the Raptors 106-98. College football, Toledo over Akron 35-23. And then frightening news, former world boxing champion Hector Macho Camacho went into cardiac arrest this morning but was stabilized by doctors after being shot in the face yesterday outside of San Juan, Puerto Rico. He was in a car. He was shot in the face. Another person in that car died in the incident. And that is SportsCenter, brought to you by Channel Lock.
When I need a tool I can trust, I reach for my Channel Lock pliers. Every day, the folks at Channel Lock are forging, machining, and crafting the tools that are rebuilding America. Learn more at ChannelLock.com.
Mike on the day before Thanksgiving, ESPN Radio, and live on your TV on ESPN2. We are presented by Progressive Insurance, and it is our pleasure to welcome to our set the one, the only, Jason Taylor, to talk football with us and give his Subway fresh take. How are you, Jason?
I'm great. How are you guys?
You know, we're doing well. I want to start with this and go back to something you mentioned because somebody has made a point, and I want to see if you agree with it, because Greeny is a superstitious guy.
Oh, yeah.
He believes in that. Were you playing? Did you have to do the same things over and over again?
I was, and it got worse. Zach Thomas, my teammate, was the most superstitious person I ever met in my life. So it got worse being around him, but I tried to scale it back. But, yes.
Well, give me an example.
What did you do?
You know, the normal things. You know, you wear the same thing, you do the same rhythm, you eat the same food, you know, you listen to the same music. You know,
before games, or is it like your whole life, like the whole week?
It started before games. Then it eventually became all week. You know, whatever you do. Then it gets to the point where you're so worried about.
Oh my gosh, you have to be like handcuffed.
You're so worried about. What did I do last Thursday? About, you know, you don't want to forget, so you end up writing it down. So you keep a journal of what you did last Thursday so you can keep track.
I mean, I was that way as a fan. I mean, so that'll give you an indication of how ridiculous things are. But I think fans have a genuine belief in, you know, that sort of karma out there. And if you put that bad karma, if you don't do what you're supposed to do when your team loses, you feel responsible.
So you asked me, Notre Dame's won 11 games now. They're 11-0. And you asked me if I've done anything ritualistic each week for that. And I said, no, I've done nothing. And Greg says, Greeny, Golick doesn't realize it, but the fact that he said he does nothing different and it worked 11 times is in and of itself a superstition.
No, but you can't. No, it's not.
You can't do that.
No,
sorry, I'm not buying that either.
So
okay.
If you're watching, so you don't watch the games on TV ever because you're always there. But if I'm watching a game on television and I have a really strong rooting interest and things are going well, I won't move from the spot I'm sitting in.
Yeah.
And I won't let other people in the room move either.
And I tell them where they have to sit. That has nothing to do with it, right?
Thank you. What's that? No.
You do realize that?
Well, but what did your, listening to the same music have to do with it?
It gets him in the proper frame of mind, and guess what? He's actually on the field and can do something about the game.
Yeah, karma.
You making your wife sit in the same spot does nothing but tick off your wife.
Well,
don't move.
Yeah. The one person who's not paying attention to my demands of that sort is my wife, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, I got to give you credit, Jason, because you were the one that made me realize what happened yesterday. Here's to break this thing down. So Mike and I, we had Ray Anderson from the league on yesterday arguing before the reversal of the Ed Reed decision, and we were arguing about it. We were all up in arms about it. We taped our weekly television football show about it. We were yelling about it. And then when I first heard the word that they had taken rid of the suspension and reduced the fine down to $50,000, my first reaction was, oh, good, well done. And it wasn't until I then put on SportsCenter and I saw you say, wait a minute, I still have a problem with this. Right. He shouldn't have been fined $50,000 that I realized, oh, they pulled a fast one on me psychologically. Yeah. You know, you said something out there that is so utterly ridiculous that when you reduce it, people think that you're going easy on them, when in reality, even this is too much.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, if
you're the one who said it, you're agreeing with yourself.
Yeah, I agree with myself. I said it and I agree with it.
There you go.
No, but the initial fine and suspension was ridiculous. I think that the league jumped to the conclusion and kind of had a real knee-jerk reaction to the hit. If you look at the hit, you know, it wasn't that bad of a hit. And I understand in today's NFL, it's going to be a 15-yard penalty, and I don't agree with that, but I understand that part of it. But to fine him at all for it was just ridiculous to me. So the $420,000 fine and suspension reduced to $50,000. Everyone says, well, Ed Reed wins. Great, Ed Reed wins, that the league was wrong. Ted Cottrell did a good job in the appeal process, which I thought he did. And I hear great things about Ted Cottrell with the appeal process. But one thing that came out of Ted Cottrell's statement was that the hit was still egregious.
Egregious.
That word got us.
Yeah. The hit was not egregious. You know, you see the three hits that the people are citing for this Ed Reed suspension and fine now reduction. You know, the one on Drew Brees is he's going for the football as Drew's throwing. Right. He hits him in the helmet. I've been in that situation before and been fined for it before as well. You know, the hit against the Patriots was probably the worst one.
Deion Branch, yeah.
But the hit on Deion Branch, if you look at it, the only way for Ed Reed to hit him any other way is to go low and dive underneath Branch's helmet, which in turn puts Branch's knees at risk and really Ed Reed's neck, because Ed Reed has to duck his head to get in there to make that hit. So there's no other way to make that hit. Yes, it looks vicious, but football was a controlled violence game. There's going to be vicious hits, and you can't legislate that.
Could not agree more on everything you said. I've said the exact same thing, and I agree with you about it. Shouldn't have been a 50,000. I wouldn't even have thrown the flag, quite honestly, but Greeny thinks I might be too far on the other side of it. But we had Ray Anderson on yesterday, the executive VP at NFL, and we were talking about this. And one thing he said was, from the NFL side of it is incumbent upon the defensive player and the defensive player only on where he hits that defenseless offensive player. It is on him that if he hits him in the head, that basically that's it. You know, and it's all on the defensive player. And I asked him, and he gave an explanation, and I'll ask you, how can that be realistic?
It can't. It's not.
Split-second action in the game of football.
It's not. It's simply not. You know, and I understand Ray has a job to do, and there's a lot of attorneys involved in this talk and the initial suspension. I guarantee there's a lot of attorneys involved in this. But, Ray, come on. You can't do that. If Ed Reed is coming downhill to receiver, the receiver catches the ball, now takes 2 steps, I've got him lined up. The minute he turns and sees me, what's he going to do? He's going to duck. So now I have to duck lower? But, keep your head up, because we have to practice safe hitting, and we don't want to hurt ourselves. Keep your head up. Don't be dirty, hit him in his knees either. Where am I going?
So what's the answer to this, guys? I mean, at the end of the day, because Brian Billick was on, and he was explained to us, and he's right. I mean, player safety, I think sometimes the players of the NFL act as though the league is their enemy on this topic, when in reality, the topic ultimately is about making their game safer if they can. So in that way, that feels counterintuitive to me. And I feel like what the argument you're making, and Jason, basically I agree with you, is they're trying to do the impossible. They're trying to take a dangerous game, an inherently dangerous game, and make it not dangerous. And that just might not be possible to do.
Yeah, I understand the safety issue, and they're trying to do some things to make the game safer, and I understand that. You know, moving the kickoff up, trying to eliminate the 4-man wedges, things like that, you know, where a lot of injuries were occurring. I understand that. You can't legislate contact out of a contact game. You know, and there are going to be some nasty, vicious hits that are across the line, and I think those are very easy to see. Some of the cheap shots, some of the
launching.
Yeah, some of those things are very, very easy to see. But, you know, and the leagues, and I understand the league's point, and I appreciate that. But I also know that, you know, there's a lot of attorneys involved in this thing. Now, there's an ulterior motive to some of this player safety stuff, and it's trying to save people's backsides. and litigation coming down the line with some of these concussions from ex-players. So there's two sides of the coin. You cannot take hitting out of football.
The toughest job quickly out of this is the referees. And the position they're put in, they're going to throw the flag to play it safe.
Jason, you can stick around a few minutes, right? Because we haven't even looked ahead to get tomorrow's games much yet. We'll do so with Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks, but we'll go on the field with Jason Taylor next, including getting his perspective on a huge decision that has to be made right now that could wind up determining the Super Bowl for one team. That's up after this word from 1-800-Flowers.com, where, Mike, they know that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family, with friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that'll bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration.
Yeah, Greeny and I both have the Thanksgiving Harvest centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. It's just fantastic. Perfect for the season. The autumn centerpiece has a ton of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and a whole lot more. It's going to really warm up that Thanksgiving table at the centerpiece. And right now you can get a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for $29.99. So you're saving $10, but you're getting more flowers and a larger centerpiece absolutely free. And we do have same-day delivery.
Don't wait to order this or other Thanksgiving arrangements. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or your mobile device. Click on the radio microphone in the upper right-hand corner and type in Mike. That's 1-800-Flowers.com and type in Mike, or call 1-800-Flowers and make sure you mention Mike and Mike for all the special offers, including the beautiful Thanksgiving Harvest centerpiece. A big decision. Jason Taylor weighs in next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, kicking the can down the road. After 11 hours of talks, European finance ministers failed to agree to release up to $56 billion of rescue loans for Greece, the money needed so the Greek government can pay its bills. Germany and other members of the Eurozone are deeply divided over how to handle Greece's debt problems without asking their own citizens to pay more. Most European and Asian stock averages are down. A small loss this morning for U.S. stock futures. Wall Street closed mixed yesterday. Hostess brand says talks with a striking union failed to reach a deal. The maker of Twinkies and other baked goods planning to go back to bankruptcy court today. Hostess wants to go out of business. A dispute at Walmart. A union-backed group is encouraging walkouts by Walmart workers this week, protesting what it says are low wages and increases in out-of-pocket costs for health care. Walmart has filed an injunction seeking to stop demonstrations outside its stores. Richard Davies, ABC News.
Coming up on the next edition of The Herd.
A lot of people like the Jets over New England. I don't see it. A week ago, 1 minute before the Rams game, we thought the Jets were a joke. Peter King will join me and talk about it at 10:45. The Herd at 10, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
with Mike and Mike. It's 9:15. I'm Jared Max. ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by A&P and Waldowns, Pathmark, and the Food Emporium. This Thanksgiving, let your grocery shopping add up to big rewards and incredible savings. Redeem your rewards plus points coupons to save up to 50% off.
Rivers on the near wing, just to Anderson. He will shoot it from there. He's got great range, but he missed. Kidd on the outlet. Anthony running. Carmelo beats everybody, and he lays it in. How about that? Drew Brees-like by Jason Kidd, and we're tied at 10.
Yeah, you could say the Knicks were Saints last night. They are 9-1, 8-1 right now. Looking to go 9-1 tonight as they play in Dallas. Knicks beat the Hornets 102-80. Coverage tonight on ESPN New York at 8 o'clock. Lakers beat the Nets 95-90, winning Mike D'Antoni's coaching debut. Nets visit the Warriors tonight. A few weeks ago when the Giants were badly beaten by the Steelers, Tom Coughlin said this.
Has everyone in this part of the world been affected by this tragic storm? Yes, we have. But is that an excuse? No.
Well, Tom Coughlin yesterday said, just as close as Hoboken, there were guys that couldn't stay in their apartments, couldn't live in their homes, had to get out. You're always concerned about your wife, your children. Certainly, we were affected. You'd be foolish to think otherwise. Tom Coughlin. I'm Jared Max.
Storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Let's go! Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Oh, yeah, Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio. We're nowhere near done for this day. Jason Taylor's in our studio. We're talking football with him. Then Kirk Herbstreit in 15 minutes. Don't miss it. He'll be doing Notre Dame USC. And then we'll do Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks. A half hour from now, the Thanksgiving edition. We'll pick all three of tomorrow's games against the spread. But right now, again, JT stays with us in our studio. Colin Kaepernick was a guest here on ESPN Radio yesterday with SVP and Rosillo. And they asked him how he would feel if Jim Harbaugh does, as expected, give the ball back to Alex Smith.
Obviously, I'll be disappointed. I want to play, but at the same time, that's their decision. They think that's what's best for the team, then that's what we're going to go with.
All right, Jason, a lot of us really had our eyes opened by Colin Kaepernick on Monday night against a really good defense. And those of us who've always had some questions about just how good Smith is might be feeling a little itchy trigger finger about possibly making a move out there. From where you sit, what do you make of the whole thing?
You know, Kaepernick really did play well on Monday night, and I'll give him that. But his sample size is so small. And I don't want to take anything away from the kid. He may be the future quarterback of the San Fran 49ers. But right now, Alex Smith missed a game because of a concussion. I guess he practiced last week some already. So you'd imagine he's going to be back this week. And you have to give the ball back to him. I mean, he's your veteran guy. He got you to the NFC Championship game last year. Has really turned his career around since Harbaugh has taken that job out there in San Francisco. So, people were excited about what they just saw Monday night, but I think let's slow it down a little bit and get the ball back to the vet.
I'm to the point of amazed at this talk, Jason. You're talking about not a guy who's playing poorly.
Right.
70% completion, 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Is he going to set the world on fire throwing the ball? No, but he's got a great team around him, and oh, by the way, he's winning. How could you even think about starting Colin? He did play well.
He did.
But it was one game that he started. I'm amazed that it's even under discussion. But Harbaugh got us there with his comments after the game.
That was the problem. You know, Harbaugh, he has a little bit of that player in him still. You know, he gets all jacked up and excited, and he won the game, and he gives that hard handshake and runs inside and, all the rah-rah. And it probably slipped a little bit, got away from him a little bit in that press conference after the game. And, he said he has two quarterbacks with hot hands. Well, if you have two quarterbacks with a hot hand, and one has been winning for you for a year and a half, leading the league in the completion percentage, you don't take the ball off.
One of the things you do point out, Colin is his guy. He inherited Smith. Now, that may come into play when they owe Alex Smith $7 million in April.
Yeah.
That may be a down-the-road thing.
But not right now.
But not right now.
Yeah. If you have a running back with a hot hand, you keep feeding him, but a quarterback, no.
Yeah.
I agree with both of you. The only thing I'll say is, and I think it was Brian Billick who said it, if they get into a shootout with New Orleans this Sunday, which Drew Brees is going to get you in a shootout, I don't care how good your defense is, and Alex Smith can't keep up with them, there may be a lot of people out there clamoring for a change. We'll see. Let's get to tomorrow's games. We haven't spent a lot of time on them yet. Jason Taylor in our studio. I want to ask you about one facet of each of the three games, taking them in the order in which they'll be played. Houston at Detroit. Texans, to me, their defense hasn't looked the same since they lost Brian Cushing. They've continued to win games. They're 9-1. To you, just how good are the Texans right now?
I think between the Texans and the Broncos, those are the two best teams in the AFC. The Texans, they'll go into Detroit and get the win. I mean, Detroit's been playing too inconsistent this year. The defense you saw last week in Houston that gave up 30-some points to Jacksonville, I don't think you're going to see that again. They'll be dialed back in. It's a short week for both teams, but defense travels. And that defense in Houston is pretty good. They will travel on a short week and play well.
Do you think Andre Johnson's back to being the best receiver in the league again?
He's pretty close. He's making those plays again. You can tell he's healthier. He's running better. He looks more fluid, but he's I'd take him at being 100% or being 80%. I like him.
Big time receivers on the field. That one.
He's obviously awesome. Calvin Johnson's obviously awesome. Larry Fitzgerald's obviously awesome. But I tell you what, the more I watch A.J. Green in Cincinnati, the more I think if I was starting a team and you said I could pick one receiver, I think I would take him.
Yeah, he's been pretty impressive. I mean, how happy is Cincinnati getting Dalton and Green and letting Carson Palmer go out to Oakland?
Worked out well.
And they still have the pick sitting around. All right, taking the games in order. Then you get Dallas, Washington, and the Cowboys. I don't know that any team has ever looked worse in a win than they did last week against Cleveland, but they keep their season afloat. I mean, can the Cowboys put some together? Do you see them putting anything together here?
I hate saying ugly wins because every win is nice. There's no pretty losses, and there's no ugly wins, but Sunday was an ugly win for Dallas. They should have lost that game to Cleveland. I really do like Washington. I like the young quarterback and the things they can do. I just don't trust Dallas. I don't trust the Cowboys. I don't trust the quarterback there. And I think Washington goes in there and kind of shocks them a little bit on Thanksgiving Day, and it ruins it for them.
How impressed have you been with RG3?
It's been amazing. And we knew he was a dynamic athlete coming in. We knew all the things he can do. And if you look at
put it on the field,
and do it week in and week out. But some of the highlight throws from last week were some good catches by Santana Moss. He threw the ball up on double coverage. It's impressive throwing the 65, 70 yards the way you did, though.
Yeah, to a guy who's like 5'8".
Yeah, still got it.
Defenders.
Make a play!
And then finally, the nightcap, obviously, which for me is the big one, which is the Patriots and the Jets. No Gronkowski. He gets hurt right at the end of the game. Short week. How much of a factor is the Gronkowski absence?
You can't replace Gronk. I mean, when the guy leads all receivers in touchdowns the last 2 years the way he has, you cannot replace him. I think Aaron Hernandez will come back and play some this week. But I like the Patriots. They always find a way to win. The Jets, you never know what you're going to get. And I think they're lacking some talent in some key places. Their offensive line has not played very well. Their defense really hasn't played Jet defense and Rex Ryan defense to date. So it's hard to believe in them, really. It is.
I don't have a lot of worry in New England without Gronk right now because they're going to win that division, and if he's healthy for the playoffs, that's all that matters.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Might hurt seeding, possibly, if they were to lose a couple, but I think it'll be fine.
Well, if you look at it, Houston probably gets one of those top two seeds. They only have one loss. Then you have Denver with the 3 losses. You have the Ravens with just 2. You have the Patriots with 3. So that becomes the interesting battle there to get that second seed, although, frankly, the last few years that hasn't made the difference in the NFL that we frequently think that it does.
Right.
All right, guys, before I let you go, and don't miss Kirk Herbstreit coming up live here right off the bottom of the hour. So in 7 minutes, we'll get Herbie's prediction. I need both of you guys' advice on a little situation that came up.
All right.
Because Golick, you're always my, Professor Golick. Right. You've just got like a smoothness about you that I feel like you may
He's got a cool factor.
You do. You're just cool. Some people are just cool, and you're one of them.
Yeah.
So here's what happened. So it's Thanksgiving, as you both know, and my kids did not have school today, so we were spending Thanksgiving down in the city with my parents. So we're staying in a hotel. Stays took the kids down yesterday. I have to work today. I'm meeting them down there today. My wife, like probably most married wives who've been married 15 years to men like me, sleeps in like a lot of clothing. She's got like sweatpants and all kinds of stuff that she sleeps in.
Wouldn't you?
And she sends me an email. See, that's not nice.
I'm sorry.
She sends me an email that I wake up to this morning that says, I forgot to bring my sleeping clothes down. When you stop at the house, she gives me very specific directions of where I should find her sleeping clothes in her closet and what I should bring down. Here's what I'm thinking of doing. You just tell me how this will be received. No, don't play the music yet. That's startlingly premature.
Well, I think we all...
Well, easy. Okay. Was that necessary? Here's the point. Do I easy over there, you Michaelis Liam. Okay. Do I just do what she says, stop and get the... Do I B, stop in some sort of store where they sell the skimpy and the frilly,
for little lingerie
kind of thing? Which I don't know exactly where I'd find such a store, but I assume someone can point me in that direction.
Yeah.
And pick out like some sort of, I don't know, sexified little outfits, and then show up down there. We have the kids have their own room. We got our own little hotel room. I show up there tonight after and I got a little, hey, honey, I stopped and I picked you up a little,
when she says, did you bring my pajamas, and you pull out a little envelope?
Well,
and pull out this.
Well, as a matter of fact, I did.
Would it be in an envelope? I mean, I have to confess, I don't listen. It's me we're talking about here. I don't know what this stuff would even look like exactly.
So you're asking us if you think you should do this?
Would that be received with a Michael? Or would that be received with a, are you kidding me? Please tell me you brought the sweatpants. Which way is that going?
Probably the second one.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Because now she thinks, he does that and he's going to be presumptuous now that something's going to go on.
Well,
I still won't have my pajamas to have a good night's sleep.
I'm asking, why do I feel like if Jason Taylor shows up with a little envelope, everyone's excited, and I show up with an envelope and it's like, you got to be kidding.
I'm not saying I wouldn't bring the envelope though.
Okay.
Yeah, don't bring the sweatpants and the helmet and all that stuff. Don't bring all that.
But I would, because then she'll be happy about that. Just say, okay, I'll give him a minute and a half, and then I got my regular
that's all it is.
pajamas.
Yeah. And we're calling down for a Reuben sandwich and French fries. Just don't deliver it. Just don't deliver it for the next 4 minutes, and everything is fine. The great Jason Taylor, it's great to have you here. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours.
Good luck tonight.
I'm contemplating. Good luck tonight. Stop for the envelope on the way down. I think this is actually a good idea.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I'll ask Herbie. Herbie's next.
Let's go! Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day. Only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip or 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Morning with Mike and Mike. It's 9:30. I'm Jared Max, ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by T-Mobile, where right now all Samsung Galaxy 4G smartphones are on sale at amazing low prices. Offer ends December 20th while supplies last. See participating stores for details. Knicks basketball tonight on ESPN New York from Dallas as the Knicks look to improve to 9-1. They beat the Hornets last night 102-80. The Nets look to get back on track. They're 6-3 after losing in L.A. 95-90 to the Lakers last night. Yankees re-signed Hiroki Kuroda, a one-year contract for $15 million. Former boxer Hector Macho Camacho in serious condition after being shot in Puerto Rico. The Sports Center also brought to you by the New York Times. Award season starts with the Gotham Independent Film Awards. Watch live ifp.org Monday, November 25th. November 26th at 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by the New York Times and RBC. Today, Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruth will have Knicks head coach Mike Woodson at 1:15. Jeff Van Gundy will join Michael Kay at 4 o'clock. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and our Sports Center brought to you by AT&T. Will and Ravi are on a mission to get into the biggest college football game each week. But to get into the game, they have to tackle a crazy challenge. Watch the videos of where they've been and where they're headed next at way2saturday.com. On the way to Saturday, presented by AT&T, Rethink Possible. I've enlisted some advice from all of the women in the room. We're going to work our way through that. I appreciate the reaction. I'm actually getting a lot of help here from
You are. I think you're getting some solid advice.
For those who don't know what I'm talking about, we'll get to that in a couple of minutes here because I will bring Herbie into this because Herbie's kind of cool, too.
Oh, well, he is. He has the cool factor as well. I think he can give you some good opinion on this.
So we'll get to that for those of you who are just joining us.
You, Greenie.
I'll explain in a moment, but first on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, let's get to the real business at hand. Kirk Herbstreit is getting set to head out to Los Angeles, where Saturday night it is the biggest game of the Mike and Mike era. Although we're the only ones who see it that way. As Notre Dame is playing for a shot at a national championship against USC, you'll see it prime time on ABC, and Herbie will be there to call it. Herbie on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. How are you, Herbie?
I'm great, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
And to you as well. Look, obviously, Golic is going nuts here, and for good reason. Even I've gotten completely swept up in this thing. Let's start with the X's and the O's here. The absence of Matt Barkley to be replaced by something of an X factor in a redshirt freshman quarterback named Max Wittek. In your view, how does that change this game?
Well, I think if you're SC and you're preseason number one and you have 4 losses, and now you lost your leader, Matt Barkley, it's easy to look at this game on paper and think, oh, my gosh, SC, what are they going to do now? I mean, they were already struggling, and now Barkley's out. But and I think, Golic, you understand this, not just this rivalry, but any rivalry, and you got a quarterback almost with nothing to lose mentality and approach. I mean, if SC is going to probably be going for it on 4th down, probably going to be willing to take some chances, and they've got skill. And the one thing, you're never going to look at USC and say, boy, if they just had better players. I mean, they've got players, and they will challenge Notre Dame. The question is, can this young quarterback avoid the disaster? Can he avoid the turnover? Something that Notre Dame's been able to feed off of most of the year is forcing teams to have to be consistent. And Mike Golic knows all about what I'm talking about. They keep their safeties back. They protect their corners. They let their front 7 win the game for them. They'll let you dink and dunk, and then you get down to the 20-yard line and you kick field goals. That's how they operate. And with a young quarterback who's not played at all, with the exception of what he's done in practice, you get inside the red zone, you got to make quick decisions, and you got to be accurate. And that's tough for any quarterback in college, let alone a guy who's never made a start. So how he does in the red zone, I think, will be the key to the game. I think he'll do fine between the 20s. But how will he do when they need touchdowns, I think will tell us the outcome of this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. In the middle of the field, he's going to get rid of that ball quickly to his 2 NFL-type receivers. And then what they do with it, those are some excellent athletes. You were a quarterback. So from that standpoint, from game plan mentality, you'll hear coaches say, well, yeah, he has the full game plan. We know his backup has never made a start, but he's got the whole playbook. Can you have the whole playbook, or will they have to water it down is a wrong word, whatever term you want to use with the game plan and the playbook, back off a little bit?
Well, you have to. I mean, Matt would probably go to the line of scrimmage a lot like Andrew Luck last year and have 2 or 3 different options. You just can't do that with a rookie quarterback. So plays will probably be locked down more this week than they would be with a guy like Barkley, because he might see the safeties cheating, or he might see the linebackers looking like they're going to blitz, and he could check to something. With a guy like this, you wouldn't anticipate him being able to do that. The most important thing for Max Wittek is how is he prepped going all the way through this year? Has he taken his backup role when he's not playing, and Barkley's the guy? Has he taken that role seriously? You know, so when the twos go in, is he getting those reps? And when Matt's out there, is he getting mental reps? I've seen guys that take advantage of that, and they get out there, and they actually play really well. So how he's prepared throughout this whole year is going to be out on display to see how he's going to execute. And if you know Lane Kiffin, and I know people like to take shots at Lane Kiffin, the one area that he really typically thrives at is his preparation of his quarterbacks and getting them ready to go out and be able to make decisions, trying to simplify it for them. And against this Notre Dame defense, you know, that's a big challenge. Bob Diaco, the defensive coordinator from Notre Dame, he takes advantage of a veteran defensive front. Manti Te'o gets most of the credit, but if you've seen Notre Dame play, it's that defensive line is the difference in Notre Dame this year. And they're going to try to create confusion for Whittick and for the USC offensive line. And that's, I think, the fear factor there for SC is if that front seven gets going and they do what they've done all year, how will the USC offensive line hold up in pass pro? Because if you saw the UCLA game last week, the reason Barkley's not playing is because there was some confusion up front, and they've got to be able to clear that up, or it could be a long afternoon or a long evening, rather, for Whittick.
All right, so Notre Dame at SC. We all obviously understand what's at stake there. That's Saturday night. It's prime time. It's on ABC. Herbie will be there, and we'll have the game coast to coast on ESPN Radio as well. Then it gets really interesting. Alabama, Georgia, both with winnable games this weekend. If they both win them, then they would play each other for the SEC championship. Winner goes to play for the title. Sitting in the wings is Florida, hoping that someone stumbles, particularly the Notre Dame stumbles. But they have a huge game Saturday afternoon. That one's also on ABC against Florida State, sitting with only one loss in a rivalry game. Give us the thumbnail there, Herbie.
Well, quickly, I think Bama's obviously able to get by Auburn. I think Georgia could get a little bit of a scare, but I think they end up beating Georgia Tech to set that showdown up in Atlanta next week, the winner eventually going to the national championship. If Notre Dame does stumble, what's interesting about us calling the game at night is Florida and Florida State's at 3:30 Eastern. We're going to know what's happened in that game to give us an idea of if Florida wins, you imagine these Florida Gator fans, they're pulling for Lane Kiffin and USC to knock off Notre Dame. And that's a tough thing for Gator fans to have to do, but that's what they're going to have to do if they win. I think it's going to be tough. I think that's going to be a very low-scoring game, Florida and Florida State. I mean, it's got 9-6 written all over it. I think both defenses will thrive. I think it's going to be one of those games where special teams or a blocked punt or a turnover, something's going to spark that game and have a lot to do with the outcome. But I think Florida State can beat Florida at home, which could set up, as you said, if Notre Dame were to trip up, if Florida loses to Florida State, then now we got to get back to, is it Oregon? Is it Kansas State? Who gets back in line for a shot to play the SEC champion? So Notre Dame can make this all very simple. By beating USC, they advance, and there's no issue, there's no subjective analysis, there's no computers. Notre Dame's in, and they would play the SEC champion. But if Notre Dame stumbles, this thing gets really, really heated about who ends up playing in the national championship.
Absolutely, and as you point out, it's the night game, a primetime game, so all these other things will be working themselves out without knowing what happens there. We went through it Monday, Herbie, and I think we got down as far as 6. That's where Kansas State is sitting. As far as realistic chances to play for a championship, you could see it getting all the way to that, because if Notre Dame loses, Florida loses, and Oregon loses, you could still see Kansas State vaulting all the way up there. That's about as far down as we think it possibly goes to figure out who could get into a title game.
And I think you're right. And I think there are Florida State fans that are saying, hey, wait, what about us? You know, if we beat Florida, we deserve to be up there. That's a different discussion. You deserve to be up there versus the practical numbers. If you look at the BCS, you look at the computers, you look at the votes, Florida State is on the outside looking in. I think you're right. I mean, if a lot of dominoes fall, I think that about as far down as you can go is trying to make a reasonable guess that Kansas State would still have a shot.
All right, Kirk Herbstreit again. We will see you Saturday night, prime time. Golick obviously will be out there in L.A. It's as interesting a game as we're going to have all year long. Is Golick
dressing as a leprechaun and leading the team out this weekend?
I may be too busy throwing up before this one, Herbie, quite honestly.
Are you coming out?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I just like coming out and hanging out. I like to come out and hang out on your guys' bus, so.
Please do, and please bring your wife out so I can shake her hand and congratulate her. I don't want to jinx her. Maybe I'll congratulate her after the game if they win. So
there you go.
She can smack me across the face and tell me I told you so.
Thanks, Irby. Happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
See you, fellas.
That's Kirk Herbstreit with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. I didn't get to ask him my little question, but we ran. There was the business of football that we have to get to.
Yeah.
I have a small problem with regard to my little envelope discussion.
You do, and I also have some great advice from some of the listeners and viewers.
Your advice may be way better than my problem. We'll explain in a moment. And Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks on the way. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Broadway Joe Namath, weekly on the Michael K. Show.
Mark Sanchez seemed much more in sync. Do you think less Tebow made him more comfortable, Joe?
Even if he didn't know it, he sure looked like he was in a better rhythm. He sure looked like he was in a better rhythm, being able to look at the defenses and size things up. I liked it better that way.
The Joe Namath Hour, every Monday at 6 p.m. on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, and it starts today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Good morning with Mike and Mike. It's 9:45. I'm Jared Max. ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by Caesars Entertainment. Time to make your Atlantic City comeback. Caesars Entertainment ready to welcome you back to the excitement. Show Sandy you cannot keep a great city down. New York Knicks last night improved to 8-1. Twice before, the Knicks have started a season 8-1. The championship seasons. Will this one be another? Knicks beat the Hornets 102-80. Topic discussed this morning on Maxed Out of the Morning. Download the podcast, How Far Can the Knicks Go? You can find it in iTunes and always at ESPNNewYork.com. Tonight on ESPN New York, 8 o'clock coverage, Knicks and Mavericks in Dallas. The Nets are in Oakland against the Warriors after losing to the Lakers 95-90. Sports Center also brought to you by Coach USA's 351 Express ride to MetLife Stadium. Safe, affordable comfort for only $5 from New York City. 351express.com.
Coming up on the next edition of The Herd.
A lot of people like the Jets over New England. I don't see it. A week ago, 1 minute before the Rams game, we thought the Jets were a joke. Peter King will join me and talk about it at 10:45. The Herd at 10, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
These are the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks. An ESPN radio exclusive.
All right, Golden, here we go for a Thanksgiving Day edition of the Locks. And my motto for this week is, they've been begging to get beat. And they're finally going to. The Houston Texans have not been the same team on defense since they lost Brian Cushing.
Yikes, that's a recipe for disappointment.
They're going on the road, short work week off an overtime game that almost went 75 minutes, and the Lions have every reason to be angry and home.
Wait a minute! What is this with Lions? I can't go to the Lions. I cannot go to the Lions. Oh, no.
I like the Lions in this game. Lions getting 3 points. I actually like the Lions to pull off a Thanksgiving Day surprise.
Oh, my God, they're talking!
Give me the Lions +3, and I'm taking Detroit for the win.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, I have a motto this week as well. I could really care less about these games. I just want a lot of good food.
Another 8 for
But I'll pick a game anyway. And I'll take New England over your Jets, Jets. I know the Jets need this win to try and make that run at the postseason. New England coming off of just a whooping of the Colts. They lose Rob Gronkowski for a while with the broken arm. New England given 6.5 on the road, but I like them on Thanksgiving.
Where's the mashed potatoes? Where's the cranberry sauce? Where's the pumpkin pie?
This is the last game of the night. I'll be full. My belly will be full. My pants will be unbuckled, and I'll be stuffing pumpkin pie down my pie hole.
Don't you know anything about Thanksgiving dinners?
And then finally we go head-to-head on the Cowboys and the Redskins. And Golick, I don't know why, but I'll take the Cowboys. I haven't given up on the Cowboys this year, even though for every possible reason I should.
I told you what they was going to do out there. I told you what type of team they were.
They looked so bad at home last week, knocking off Cleveland. It was ridiculous. Any other team should have lost that game. Tony Romo absolutely needs to be throwing passes. They've lost faith in him. He's lost faith in himself.
I hit way over my head. I got punched in the face and it hurt.
I've lost faith in the Cowboys, and yet on the short week at home on Thanksgiving, I'll take the Cowboys, giving 4 to RG3.
I thought it would work. I planned this thing right down to the last detail. It was perfect.
Sound reasons for you to take the Cowboys. I'm going to go with Washington on the road. I'll take those 4 points. RG3, 4 touchdowns last week.
I haven't even finished eating all my Halloween candy.
Washington looks good in their win on the road. I think they can get it done in Dallas, and I'm getting 4 points. Are you kidding me? That's a steal. I'll take Washington.
As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly.
And those are your Thanksgiving Stone Cold Locks.
Thanksgiving is this family's favorite holiday. Wait, it's not?
No way. Check the rankings. It goes my birthday, Christmas, Halloween,
Easter,
Hanukkah, Snow Day,
Birthday,
Black Friday, then Thanksgiving.
Love Black Friday. Black Friday before Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Mike in the morning on the Stone Cold Lead Pipe Locks. Joaquin and Uranaga put them together for us on the radio. Craig Possible
O'Brien.
Craig Possible - O'Brien on the TV side. Golick 10-10-2 on the year. I'm 8-13-1 on the year. I have Detroit. I'm getting 3 points, and I'm picking the Lions for the win over the Texans.
Wow, what a move that is.
Golick likes the Patriots tomorrow night at my Jets, and he's giving 6 or 6.5. Again, we do these a couple of days in advance, so the lines sometimes move a little. And then I'm taking the Cowboys, giving the points at home. I gave 4 against the Redskins, and Golick is taking the points. All of the games are significant. The reality is at 4-6, you're not dead in the NFC,
No.
but you're in big trouble. So the Redskins and the Lions have some life. If either of them lose, they're done.
Yeah,
Completely
I agree.
done.
I agree.
The reality is they're probably neither one of them going to make it anyway. Dallas is clearly playing for their season.
Yes, they are.
I think the Cowboys, once they lose again, they're finished. They just need to keep winning. The Jets, New England is going to get in no matter what. So maybe they and Houston have the least at stake.
That's exactly right.
The Jets at 4-6 are definitely all the 4-6s in the AFC. One of them is going to get hot and make some kind of a run. The Jets are going to try and be that team. So they're playing to have a meaningful December.
They absolutely are. And you get, a short week, obviously, well, for everybody, but no Rob Gronkowski. That certainly works. Aaron Hernandez expected to play, but he's not going to be 100%. And they've been living off those tight ends. Well, we'll see. We know there's Wes Welker that can catch a ton of balls as well. So New England's still a better team than your Jets, but the Jets could certainly pull it out.
All right, so off we go to Thanksgiving. Can't believe how quickly this has come, another Thanksgiving, and we hope everyone has a safe and healthy and happy and terrific holiday, and we thank you for spending so much time with us this year, and obviously we keep going back and better than ever at it. Couple of notes I want to get in here. First off, we did an interview with Brad Keselowski, who is the NASCAR champion. By now everyone obviously knows that, and he wasn't available. A bunch of things happened yesterday when he was supposed to be on our show, our interview with Ray Anderson. So we recorded a really good interview with Brad Keselowski. Yes. It's up on ESPNradio.com, and I tweeted a link to it. So at ESPN Greeny, you can get a link to our interview with NASCAR champion Brad Keselowski, which was really good. Covered a lot of topics.
Yes, really is.
Really,
I like him.
He's a very personable guy. So that's up there if you're interested in seeing it. Next up, my most heartfelt good luck, seriously, to you and your family.
Appreciate it.
I mean, for all the joking around that we do here, this is the chance of a lifetime.
We are having a lot of fun with it. I'm being obnoxious and having fun with it. But in all reality, this is definitely a rivalry game, and what a position for my kids to be in, to have a chance to play in such an important game. It's really, really cool.
It's something you'll have the rest of your life.
Exactly right.
You played in a national championship game, whatever happens. So obviously, I think all of us in Mike and Mike Nation, all kidding aside, are rooting for you and rooting for the boys. And then finally, I got a little bit of a problem. So I mentioned earlier, and I really thought this was a good idea, and the reaction in the room I liked. So as I just set the scene again very quickly, my wife, because my kids didn't have school today, took the kids down to the city yesterday. We spent Thanksgiving this year with my parents in the city. And she took the kids down yesterday, and she sent me an email saying she had forgotten to bring with her the clothing that she sleeps in, and giving me very specific instructions of where I can find it and to bring it down today. So I had the idea, rather than bring that down, maybe I stop in one of these, sexified kind of stores.
Right. Sexified?
Someone will have to show me where they are.
A lingerie store.
A lingerie store, whatever
sexified.
It is. Wherever you buy like little outfits.
Yeah, okay.
And I bring that down there. And Jason Taylor seemed to think it was kind of a good idea. And you even seem to think it was kind of a good idea.
I do. We had Jason Taylor in here, and he thought it was a good idea, right? I'm with you.
And so most of the advice that we're getting has been fairly positive. Like, what do we? You were looking through some of the reaction. What were people saying?
Well,
not so positive?
I don't know if it's this sounds like it's positive for your wife.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much for you.
Let me hear it.
Because, again, we had Jason Taylor in here helping. Todd says, tell Greeny his wife called, said, skip the pajamas and just send Jason Taylor.
Oh, see, now that's not nice. See, that's not. Amanda's hysterical over there. Look at this. That's not. No.
Yet your wife may be happy with that. That's a trade up.
Is that nice?
Listen,
is that nice?
That's like what the Marlins sent to Toronto, okay?
You're saying he's Jose Reyes and Mark Burley?
He's the whole package of guys that went up there.
All right. And I'm, just a kid up from AAA you never heard of. Well, I can't make up my mind what to make of this now because Stace reacted. Now, she didn't send me a note. She didn't call. She didn't do anything. She just sent a reaction on Twitter, and I'd like to ask the women in the room and the women in the audience what they think of this.
What is it? What did she say?
She tweets at StacyGSG.
Yeah.
And she just tweeted simply, "You're hysterical."
Huh.
No, there's no music. There's no nothing. There's no smiley face. There's no bring the envelope. There's just, "You're hysterical." I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good.
Here's my advice. Take her regular pajamas and get ready to sleep alone.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
You're listening to Mike and Mike in the Morning. Coming up next, The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
He chose New York just like they chose him. He could have gone to Jacksonville.
Listen on your radio, online, and on your phone. ESPN Radio.
Tonight, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move. Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide as the high-flying Clips land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest in this NBA Wednesday showdown? Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 tonight on ESPN.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
There's this old tradition, old belief, and like most old beliefs, it's out of touch, that you can't lose a job due to an injury. You could at my company. You get hurt, backup comes in and delivers, gets hot, he's the guy, sorry. NFL today is win games or get fired. If you can't separate yourself in life and your understudy outperforms you, that is on you. Look in the mirror. We live in a need and a blame society. Stop blaming. Be accountable for your mediocrity. Okay, like it's just like every company in this nation offers you 2 weeks off for sick. You have a right to take it, but if you do, the bosses will think less of you. You either compete or you don't. But if I had a producer and he took every sick day every year, I'd find a way to replace him. Sorry, wouldn't advertise it, wouldn't tell him, but every manager I've ever worked with agrees.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and protein shakes for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
That's the point of brushing teeth.
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. Broadway Joe Namath, weekly on the Michael Kay Show.
Mark Sanchez seemed much more in sync. Do you think less Tebow made him more comfortable, Joe?
Even if he didn't know it, he sure looked like he was in a better rhythm. He sure looked like he was in a better rhythm, being able to look at the defenses and size things up. I liked it better that way.
The Joe Namath Hour, every Monday at 6 p.m. on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
If you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. The Knicks are 8-1 after a win in New Orleans last night. Both previous times in Knicks history that they've started 8-1. They've gone on to win championships. Right now, Tyson Chandler, is Carmelo Anthony an MVP candidate?
He should be in the top of the race right now. We're playing the best basketball, and it's because of him. You know, he's playing all over the floor on both ends. You know, he should be at the top of the race as far as MVP goes right now through the first 10 games of the season. 9 for us, but for most people.
And Melo, of course, on Friday, you're going to face Jeremy Lin.
We ain't thinking about Houston right now. We'll deal with them after tomorrow night. You know, they'll be on our radar, but that's not something we looking forward to right now. So that's not even on our mind.
Instead, the Knicks have the Mavericks on their mind. Knicks in Dallas tonight, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip here on ESPN New York. Mike Woodson will join Stephen A. Smith and me coming up at 1:15 this afternoon. Nets took the Lakers to the wire last night in a last-second loss in L.A., one that Darren Williams said, hey, Nets could have had.
We were right there. We just missed some shots, you know. G had a good look at the three to tie it. Joe had a good look, so I had 2 looks. You know, we just didn't make shots.
Brooklyn back at it tonight at Golden State. Yankees bring Hiroki Kuroda back on a 1-year deal for reportedly $15 million. Ed Reed's suspension lifted for player safety violations. Instead, he is fined $50,000. The Herd up right now on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM and ESPNNewYork.com.
Now through December, Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online and at department stores on up to $1,500 in purchases. Sign up for 5% now at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. It pays to switch. It pays to Discover.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio. Wherever you may be, however you may be listening, thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. Peter King, SI.com in 45 minutes. Al Michaels next hour. USC Athletic Director Pat Hayden in a couple hours. Notre Dame USC this weekend. It's a weird, quirky NFL week. Don't have any injury reports yet. Practice interrupted by Thanksgiving. Trap games tomorrow. We'll run them down. First of all, radio's job is to provide a public service. And the day before Thanksgiving, I do that every year. Everybody at every Thanksgiving dinner dreads one dish. I'll take the bullet. I'll deliver the bad news. I'll tell Darlene her flaming gravy squirrel casserole is not working at all. You send me the town, the dish, the person, I'll deliver the bad news. Aunt Jackie in Lubbock, Jell-O cheesecake is officially not a hit. That's why it's gone untouched for a decade. Brett sent me one on Twitter this morning. Heard my Uncle Lou, any of his concoctions. He thinks he's a chef. He was a cook in the Navy. Uncle, we aren't on a boat in the Pacific. Scale back. You give me the town, the relative, and the dish. After all, radio is a public service. I'm here today to provide America relief from lousy casseroles. I'll sprinkle them in as a public service during the show today. So we have 3 games tomorrow, all very interesting. Houston at Detroit, Washington at Dallas, New England at the Jets. Stability and continuity are underrated. We're all creatures of habit. I can speak just anecdotally here. This is just me. I like habit. I eat the same thing for breakfast probably 90% of the year. I have a turkey wrap for lunch, cocktail same time, bed same time. I'm a creature of habit. I think most guys are. New England's stability is really amazing. Really amazing. And it all starts at the top. What they've done, you can't even do in college, where it's not really built for parity. The best programs get the best players every year. Every year. It's not the way it works in the NFL. But here's New England. 5 of 11 years, won their conference championship. 9 of 11 won their division. 19 playoff games, 11 years. Everybody wants to fire the coach. The problem is it disrupts continuity. New staff, new coaches, new schemes. People forget that Bill Belichick early in his career, Robert Kraft, the owner, was being lectured by business partners, fans, and media, you got to fire Belichick.
When I hired him in 2000, he went 5-11 the first season, and then the second season he was 1-3, so it was 6-14, and I had people calling for my head and saying, they had sent me tapes of Bill doing press conferences in Cleveland. But in life, in any one of our businesses, I try to surround myself with good people I have chemistry with and a simpatico. And, and then you got to support them in the tough times. I mean, that's what separates people in business, any business, is everyone's there for the good times. But when you think you have quality people, you got to give them more support when the going gets rough.
More support. So when Pat Hayden came out this week and said, I support Lane Kiffin, I look at Hayden like I look at Robert Kraft. Super smart people, I got to trust them. I mean, look at how divorces implode families. That's what firing a coach does. Continuity is important. Fans in the media seek dismissal. Billionaires generally seek the opposite. Robert Kraft also touched on that.
We're in a business of parity where the whole NFL gears you to 8-8. We have a salary cap that we all spend the same amount. If you do well, you get a tougher schedule. You draft lower. So you got to look for little ways to differentiate. And how you differentiate is try to create a sense of stability and continuity once you know you have the right people. And then you try to guts it out through the rough times.
Look at how many times you could have fired Bill Cowher in Pittsburgh. 98, 99, back-to-back losing seasons. 2003, 6-10. Yet the Rooneys gave him more support. Yeah, he missed the playoffs 3 straight years. 98, 99, 2000. First 2 playoff games he got to, after finishing first in his division, he lost. The Rooneys gave him more help. Look at Belichick. First 5 years, head coach, Cleveland, New England. 4 losing seasons. Replacing coordinators? Absolutely. Replacing quarterbacks? You bet. Firing a head coach is what the media and fans want. There's a reason they're not billionaires. Billionaires seek continuity and stability. I can think of only one NFL head coach today I would fire, Norv Turner. I think Jim Schwartz deserves one more year, but I don't like the little mistakes in the culture created by him and his Detroit Lions staff. But even Romeo Crennel in Kansas City, he just doesn't have the right quarterback. Never forget, Cowher had a losing record, 6-10, before he got Big Ben. Belichick, all those Cleveland, New England teams that couldn't win, he got Brady, then he became a genius. You got to find the right coordinators. You got to find the right quarterback, especially in the NFL. You look around right now in the NFL. I can think of only one coach I'd get rid of, and it wouldn't be Romeo Crennel. He can coach. He just needs a quarterback. I wouldn't fire Andy Reid. He had a quarterback, McNabb. He won a bunch of games. Since then, the quarterbacks aren't as good. Stability. Rarely appreciated, but it's what New England's created. What they're doing is hard to do in college. I mean, by the way, it's virtually impossible to do in college. So I saw this kid named Jack Taylor, college basketball, thought he had 30 points in the first half. Coach walked in and said, dude, you got 58. He ended with 108 points, 27 for 71, 3-point land. Not a lot of assists. So he scored 138 points, my bad. And it does feel like an unbreakable record, although I would say just find a bad defense, a gunner, and a kid who's hot. Before last night, you would have never believed somebody scored 138. I tend to believe almost all sports records are breakable, but the 1 or 2 or 3 that are not breakable because the culture of sports has changed. Take Cy Young. Forget his wins. He lost 316 games. You know how bad sitcoms years ago in Hollywood, they'd still give him a year? The culture changed. You now get 1 to 2 episodes, not 1 to 2 years. Well, in baseball, nobody's going to give you more than 15 years of 20 losses. They'll go to another arm. Nobody will ever lose 316 games again. I mean, Jamie Moyer's 50 was just in the bigs a year ago. He's at 209. He's over 100 losses away. People look at the Bulls in 95, 72-10, best record. Unbreakable. But the way free agents all go to glamour teams, that could move. Lots of records seem unbreakable. The ones that are because the culture or the rules have changed. I'll tell you one. UCLA, 7 straight national titles, college basketball. Doesn't happen anymore. The top programs have too much turnover in personnel. Florida won a couple back-to-back, then guys bolted for the NBA. So the 2 records to me, most losses in baseball by a pitcher, and 7 straight national titles, between rules and cultures, those puppies are never going down. But 138 points in a basketball game, all I need is somebody who's hot and a really bad opponent. To me, that actually is breakable. Opening Rant and the Herd brought to you by Regis. They know success. Regis helped over 50% of Fortune 500 companies. Find out how. Call Regis now, 2 months free at 1-800-OFFICES. Is it me, or with 2.5 minutes left, is Dwight Howard a liability for the Lakers? Man, he was last night. The NFL lifts Ed Reed's suspension. We span the globe. Next in the Herd on ESPN Radio.
Just in time for Black Friday. Get unlimited talk, call your mother, text, OMG, and text. Huh? That's right. It texts what you think.
Shut the front door!
That's what I'm saying. The next generation of smartphone has it all.
But does it have deals on all 10 of the top 10 appliance brands?
No.
That's because only Sears has them all. Sears Black Friday starts 8 p.m. Thursday with up to 50% off appliance doorbusters. This is the top 10 advantage. This is Sears. Doorbusters through Friday 1 p.m. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
This Thanksgiving and Black Friday, unwrap huge savings from Sprint. Save $150 on an unlimited edition Samsung Galaxy S3. The ultimate way to connect, capture, and share, now for only $49.99. Visit your Sprint store on Black Friday or beat the rush Thursday and Friday at Sprint.com.
Coverage and offer not everywhere or on all plans. Subject to 2-year agreement, credit, activation, and early termination fees. Excludes taxes. Network use rules and restrictions apply. See store for details.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tuesday on ESPN.
Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. Outside the Lines explored new information about brain trauma in the NFL.
If the NFL takes the position that they didn't know that concussions can cause total disability, permanent brain injury in 1999, that evidence trumps anything they say.
Plus the story of William Gay, who was just 7 years old when his mother was killed by his stepfather.
I didn't care what anybody told me at that point. I just was in denial, just enraged.
Then we learned of the most explosive tight end in the NFL and the moment that defined him.
I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team.
E60 profiled Vernon Davis, the NFL's Renaissance man.
Everything, every thought, every emotion that I had about my mother, I turned into a positive by playing football.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com is presented by Progressive.
Con Cowherd.
You are in the herd.
ESPN Radio fan feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every order is backed by the 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN. All sorts of stuff. Great NFL games tomorrow, by the way. Houston at Detroit, Washington at Dallas. You know that's going to be close with the Cowboys' messy offensive line. New England at the Jets. A lot of people like the Jets. It's so funny in the NFL. Like 1 minute before the Rams-Jets game, everybody in New York was ripping the Jets. Now everybody loves them against the best team maybe in the league. I mean, that's the NFL. The fans go nuts. Everybody now, watch out, Houston. Houston hadn't given up a touchdown offensively before Jacksonville. They laid down, unemotional game, and almost got beat. That's the NFL. I mean, we've watched college and pro football last couple of weeks. You got to be ready to play. Let's span the globe.
We do it every day at this time. We call it our daily sports page.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
Spanning the globe. The NFL.
All right, Plaxico signs. Ed Reed suspension lifted. 3 games tomorrow. Rick Stroud, TampaBay.com, and the Tampa Bay Times covering this league forever. What did you make of Ed Reed's suspension being lifted?
Well, it didn't surprise me, although it is interesting because at some point, and they've discussed this with the competition committee, they may have to go to a 3 strikes and you're out rule in the NFL with these sort of hits. It's hard to get inside a guy's head in terms of what his intent was. Ed Reed doesn't have a reputation for this. I think Ted Cottrell, who he appealed it to, understands that it's difficult sometimes for these guys. He was a former defensive coordinator. But that can be no excuse. There's 2,000 litigants that are suing the NFL for head injuries, and when you have a situation like that, you can't wait until somebody doesn't wake up after Ed Reed hits them. So I think you're going to see him go to some kind of a definite rule after so many hits.
Plaxico Burress, any impact in your opinion with the Steelers this year?
Well, possibly in a red zone situation. I mean, I don't think the guy at this point has really the speed to affect the game all that much. But in a red zone, certainly he can help them. They've got injuries at the wide receiver position. They worked him out. They say he's in shape. So, yeah, in the short term with Charlie Batch, a quarterback in a red zone, I can see him helping them a little bit.
3 interesting games tomorrow on Thanksgiving. Which one stands out for you?
You know, Colin, I think it's the Dallas-Washington game. I just think that it's like Notre Dame. College football is more exciting when they're relevant. I think it's better for the NFL when Dallas is relevant, and they're good in November at home. We know that with Tony Romo. RG3's coming off a big game, but that secondary of the Redskins, I love Raheem Morris. He coaches that bunch, but they are vulnerable, and I look for the Cowboys to play well.
Good stuff. Rick Stroud, TampaBay.com and the Tampa Bay Times. Great longtime NFL writer. Thanks, Rick.
Iowa.
Division III Grinnell player scores 138 points. Myron Metcalf, ESPN.com. I don't know. What do you make of it? I mean, how impressive is it?
It's extremely impressive. I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, I talked to the kid for a while last night, and it really hadn't settled in yet for him. I mean, he talked about it like he was having a cup of coffee, not like he had scored 138 points. So it was just amazing to think that someone could even be in a position to do that. I mean, I don't know how many people score 138 points in 40 minutes if there's no one in front of the basket, and this guy does it in a real game. It's pretty amazing.
How, Division III basketball, I mean, what's it like? I don't think I've ever seen a Division III basketball game. Is the quality bad? Is this kid a little bit of a player?
Well, the thing is, coming into this game, he was like 11 for 41, so it wasn't like he had these spectacular performances. He didn't have 75 last weekend and all of a sudden scored 138 tonight. So, I mean, it's a level where, you're not dealing with scholarships. A lot of players who weren't able to get to the Division I, even Division II level, but there's still a hand in his face. I think that's the most impressive thing. Someone's still trying to stop this kid, and he's obviously, they're unable to do it for 40 minutes, and he racks up 138 points somehow.
Good stuff. Grinnell player scores 138 points. His name is Jack Taylor. Good for him. He steals the national highlights for a day. Thanks, Myron.
Yep.
Los Angeles.
Lakers win D'Antoni's debut. Beto Duran, ESPN LA 710. We know Dwight Howard struggled with free throws late and Kobe didn't. What did you make of the debut?
I think the way the players reacted to D'Antoni, having him on the sideline, is a good sign for Lakers and the fans, the way they went out there. Dwight, airballed a shot yesterday, a free throw yesterday, had some boos from him, and afterwards he said thanks to the fans that didn't boo him. So also Kobe Bryant, talking about the player that scored 138 points, Colin, last night, he said that kid must have some Mamba in him. Only a player with Mamba qualities would put up that many shots.
Steve Nash, I mean, this is still a team with all this talent. We still don't have a Steve Nash sighting. When's Steve going to play? What's the very latest?
He's out at least another week. D'Antoni said they want to get him as close to 100% possible. Also, Steve Blake, his backup, is also going to be out another week. So right now, the D'Antoni offense we're watching is being run by Darius Morris, a second-year player out of Michigan, who at times admits that he gets so caught up that he's pushing it too fast and he's running too fast and the turnover. So D'Antoni said he wants to hold out Nash and Steve Blake at least another week to make sure that when they come back, they know the system and they're running it close to 100%.
Lakers win in Mike D'Antoni's debut. Beto Duran, ESPN LA 710. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
That was Spanning the Globe.
To bring you the constant variety of sport.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
By the way, they did a hack of Howard last night. You heard hack of Shaq. They did a hack of Howard, and, L.A. beat Brooklyn 95-90. I watched a lot of that game last night, and Dwight Howard was 3 for 10 free throws in the fourth quarter. Thankfully, Kobe was hot. But it's really interesting in the NBA. The rules changed, and so it's a guard league because you can't hand check. And centers are great for most of the game, but with 2 minutes left and a lead, they can't hit free throws. And the NBA's 3 best teams right now, many people would say it's Miami and Oklahoma City and Boston, don't have a true center. The Lakers do, but let's be honest. Dwight's more for defense than he is offense. And I love him for cheap points and dunks off misses, and I love him for defense. But with 3 minutes left in a close game in the fourth quarter on offense, I'm going Kobe 1, Nash 2, and Gasol 3. Because he can't hit a free throw. So, basketball has changed. Big kids want to shoot jumpers. Very few bigs in the history of the game have been great free throw shooters. I don't think Wilt was. Duncan's not. Shaq was awful. I think Olajuwon was better than most. but my gut feeling is it's the size of their hands, and they struggle with a release point. Most bigs don't shoot free throws well. It's good to see D'Antoni, who, by the way, had to cut the press conference short, basically because the medication was wearing off and his knee started to hurt. He talked after the game.
We weren't clicking offensively, and we didn't play real well overall. Good spots, and then especially the win against the team is hot. They won 5 in a row, and without playing well, that means something, and we can go from here.
Coming up next, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Test drive snapshot to see how much you could save before switching to Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. Okay, Peter King joins us in 20 minutes. Ed Reed, suspension lifted, which I don't have a problem with. I think the bigger issue, as we talked yesterday, this is a real issue, concussions, everything the NFL is doing right now based on these concussion lawsuits. Coming up next, why Notre Dame will play for a national championship. It's The Herd on ESPN Radio.
Listen up, football fantasizers. The Nokia Lumia 900 stepping up as the commissioner of a new league of smartphones. Not only does the Nokia Lumia 900 bring you stunning features, but with fast access to the ESPN Fantasy Football app, including FantasyCast live scoring, ESPN Insider, and Easy Team Management, you can receive real-time scores and set your team to dominate. With all the ESPN features you love now powered by Windows Phone, there's no doubt Nokia Lumia is in a league of its own. Check out the Nokia Lumia 900 and the new ESPN Fantasy Football app. It's changing the rules. Available through AT&T.
You're not interested in impressing others, just yourself. You don't take shortcuts. Satisfying the status quo doesn't satisfy you. And, quite frankly, good enough is never enough. Now there's a work boot that shares your values. Irish Setter work boots. They're as hardworking and determined as you. Exactly what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at buffalowildwings.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Superstorm Sandy led to a surge in jobless claims. Last week's number was over 450,000, nearly 100,000 above the recent average. This morning's total is down, but still at an elevated level. The Labor Department says the new weekly number is 410,000. Stock futures were little changed after a mixed close for Wall Street averages yesterday. Farm construction equipment maker Deere & Company is out with a small rise in quarterly profits, up almost 3% on last year, but the numbers missed expectations. Eurozone finance ministers talked about it for nearly 12 hours, but they failed to agree on the release of a new loan for Greece. The 17 nations are split over how strict the terms should be. Could get noisy outside your local Walmart. Federal labor officials still have made no decision on a request from the world's largest retailer to stop scheduled Black Friday protests by a union-backed group outside its stores. Richard Davies, ABC News.
10 p.m. and Saturday from 5 p.m. till 10 p.m.
Mike and the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Brian Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Coach USA's 351 Express. Ride to MetLife Stadium in safe, affordable comfort for only $5 from NYC. Go to 351express.com. The 351 Express, your designated driver to MetLife Stadium. The Knicks are now 8-1 after a win in New Orleans last night. Both previous times in the Knicks' history that they've started at 8-1, they've gone on to win championships. Tonight, the Knicks are in Dallas, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. How much does team identity matter to Tyson Chandler?
It's very important because the good teams do it, and if you want to, continue this, and we want to continue this through the stretch of the season, as well as, into the playoffs and on, you have to have your identity. You have to be able to lean on something when times get tough.
For the Knicks, it's been defense. Mike Woodson joined Stephen A. Smith and me at 1:15 today. Nets took the Lakers to the wire last night. Last-second loss in L.A. that Darren Williams knows could have been a win.
We were right there. We just missed some shots. G had a good look at the three to tie it. Joe had a good look, so I had two looks. We just didn't make shots.
Brooklyn back at it tonight at Golden State. Yankees bring back Hiroki Kuroda on a one-year deal for reportedly $15 million. Ed Reed's suspension lifted for player safety violations. Instead, he's been fined $50,000 as the Herd rolls on ESPN New York.
Or don't play games. A Carfax report can help you pick a winner. See accidents and service reported to Carfax. Plus, a price based on the car's history. Just say, "Show me the Carfax." Ask your dealer or go to Carfax.com.
Coming up in the Herd, is the NFL sending mixed messages about player safety? We discuss with SI.com's Peter King by the Subway Fresh Take Hotline in 15 minutes in the Herd.
Whether or not Ed Reed's suspension is lifted, and that was really what we talked about yesterday. I mean, he's a great player. I think the NFL is doing the right thing. Less violence means fewer lawsuits. Some people in life get the big picture. Some people don't. A lot of fans don't get it. It's all about, you're ruining my violent game. You want star players to be healthy. We talked about backup quarterbacks last night or yesterday. You want starting quarterbacks. You want stars. You want your stars healthy. You want Big Ben upright. You don't want to watch Byron Leftwich. That's the reality of this league. You don't want David Carr. You want Eli Manning. So for me, I totally get what the NFL is doing. I think most of you do. Too many people fall into the don't wear a skirt. You've never been close to an NFL field. Because even with the reduction in violence, these guys are mangled messes. Just look right now in the NFL. All the rules are to protect the quarterback. Big Ben's hurt. Jay Cutler's hurt. Alex Smith hurt. I mean, all the rules protect the quarterback. They're all banged up. Tony Romo That guy's running for his life on every play. I do believe we're going to end up, my gut feeling, is a Notre Dame-Alabama national title game. Although I don't think Alabama's out of the woods. They played Georgia, and Georgia has a great quarterback, and Alabama's front doesn't have much of a pass rush, and the secondary has one good corner, so Alabama's not a great team. The talk of that earlier this year was silly. USC, in my opinion, is going to get beaten by Notre Dame, and I think it's going to be a sound win for Notre Dame. At this point in the season, it's not hard to figure out. USC has beaten only one team with a winning record. The Irish have held 6 opponents without an offensive touchdown. Notre Dame has allowed, listen to this, 10, 17, 3-6, 3, 13, 14, 13, 26, 6-0. Okay, that's better than Alabama. And by the way, Notre Dame has faced better quarterbacks than Alabama, by and large, except for Johnny Manziel. And by the way, he moved the ball in Alabama. Notre Dame's defense is great. It's not suddenly going to get bad against a freshman quarterback who USC will engineer a more conservative game plan than usual. Also, USC can't defend mobile quarterbacks. And you have two teams. Notre Dame doesn't beat themselves. USC has earned a master's degree in self-defeat this year. I think the game could potentially be a blowout because these defenses are miles apart. USC is meringue pie. A few bites are okay. Looks better than it tastes, great on the surface, but you dig deep, it's a limited team. Max Wittick is the freshman who will start. He made a little proclamation yesterday that USC would beat Notre Dame.
We're going to play our offense, whatever Coach Kiffin feels comfortable giving me. If he wants to air it out, let's air it out. If he wants to pound him on the ground, let's do that, Like I said, I'm gonna go out there, I'm going to play within myself, within the system, and, we're going to win this ballgame.
Listen. It's a really easy game to predict. Young USC offensive line, freshman quarterback against a tremendous defensive front seven. Notre Dame is essentially Stanford. USC struggled to move the ball against Stanford. It's going to be a lower scoring game. Wouldn't be surprised if Notre Dame took control. I said yesterday 2013 Notre Dame. My gut feeling this morning is 26-13. Brian Kelly, by the way, says the same thing about USC that everybody says about USC.
Very talented football team. Certainly the receiving core is as good as we'll see. It's the best in the country, in our opinion. Very good tandem at running back. Certainly Gamble at tight end. It gives them a ball catcher and possession receiver.
Everybody says that. Flashy, fun receivers, tight ends, running backs, quarterbacks. In the end, USC doesn't play clean games. Penalties, turnovers. Notre Dame has a PhD in clean games. They have figured out a way to not beat themselves and to late in games make big plays with a freshman quarterback that's getting better every week. I think they win going away. It's very interesting. We talked top of the show about firing coaches, getting rid of them. Here we have a matchup of Lane Kiffin. Everybody wants him out, and Brian Kelly. Look at their resumes. Brian Kelly, with no NCAA baggage, getting to make his own schedule, doesn't have to play Oregon every year, doesn't have any bowl ban, didn't have all the negative stuff. Brian Kelly lost 3 of his first 4 games at Notre Dame. First year had 5 losses, blown out by Navy. Blown out. Second year, 21 of 24 starters return. Lost to a horrible South Florida team. 5 turnovers first game at home. Then they got beat by Michigan. Even this year, it's narrow wins over Purdue, Brigham Young, Pittsburgh, at home. Yet he's Coach of the Year material. At one point during Brian Kelly's 2010-2011 campaigns, he lost 7 of 14 games. They lost to a terrible South Florida team at home with 21 of 24 starters returning. So it's inches, not feet. Brian Kelly this year is 2 calls from being, maybe 3 calls from being 8-3. Notre Dame sticks with him. Notre Dame supports him. I mean, even now, Brad Edwards, our ESPN BCS guru, even now a lot of people doubt Notre Dame.
That's one of the kind of the quandaries in voting for these polls is that what are you ranking the teams based on? I mean, obviously, it's a big deal to win all your games. No matter how ugly it might be, to be undefeated is something that has to be rewarded. But at the same time, I would imagine there are a ton of voters out there who don't believe that Notre Dame would beat Alabama, don't believe they would beat Georgia, don't believe they would beat Oregon. And can you put them, are they really number one? Are they really the best team in college football? I would guess almost every vote, well, maybe that would be strong, but I would guess a lot of the voters who have them at number one on their ballots this week don't believe they're the best team in college football, but it's just that's the way it's always worked.
Can I defend Notre Dame here for a second? Would Oregon or Alabama have gone to Oklahoma and crushed the Sooners? That's as bad as Oklahoma's been beaten at home, maybe ever, for Bob Stoops. So you can say what you want about winning close games, and they have, and they've gotten calls, but in their biggest game, they rose to another level. You can't tell me that Oregon or Alabama are going to Oklahoma and doing a number that's any more impressive on Oklahoma. I mean, they hammered Oklahoma. Oklahoma couldn't get past the line of scrimmage. They couldn't move. I mean, that's when I went, uh-oh, Notre Dame's got something going here. Once again, radio's job is to provide a public service quickly here. The day before Thanksgiving, I do that. You send me the town, the dish, and the relative. I'll take the bullet. Brian says, heard, I have a sister-in-law in Kendall, Alabama. Please learn that cream corn should not be black. And Lance, I'm offering up my Aunt Valerie's Brussels sprout pate. This green orb of liver and pureed Brussels sprouts hits our Thanksgiving table and rarely gets more than a pity helping. Please send your dish, the town, and the name of the deliverer of the dish. I'll take the bullet. Hopefully those young ladies who make those charming dishes will understand nobody wins with a bad casserole. Peter King coming up next. Here at The Herd, we've got pros that listen to our show, like plumbers and remodelers. Often they own their own business, and they're busy. When do they have time to order products and materials they need for the job site? That's where Ferguson comes in. You know them. You've heard of them. Country's largest distributor of plumbing products and supplies, and they've been around for nearly 60 years. Now, they've got a program called Ferguson Pro Plus. Okay, you can order products online from Ferguson 24/7, but now, when all you pro contractors order online from Ferguson, you get Pro Plus reward points. And then you can get stuff with all those points, like sports gear and tickets and trips and electronic games. Ferguson is the pro contractor's best resource in person and online at Ferguson.com. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com. Ferguson.com, you order the products, you pick up the products. And by the way, you can pick up the products at the branch the next day or have them delivered anywhere you want, even to your job site. Pro Plus at Ferguson.com. That's Ferguson.com. What does Peter King think? With Ed Reed, suspension lifted, defensive guys getting too many of the fines? Next in The Herd.
Wrangler jeans give you comfort where you want it. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Thank you for calling Discover Card. Listen, your 5% cash back program is to die for. What's the new category? You will love it. Right now, you can get 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Only from Discover. Shut the door. 5% cash back? I shop online all the time. No joke. Everywhere online. Best category ever.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Give them a gift they'll love for a whole lifetime. Give them the gift of music and make Guitar Center your first stop on Black Friday. Dozens of doorbusters, landmark deals in every department, like a Fender electric guitar and amp for just $99, an 88-key Casio digital piano for only $249, an industry standard Shure SM48 mic, just $25. Doors open at 7 a.m. The lowest prices of the year on the presents that mean the most. Black Friday at Guitar Center.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
There are holidays, and then there's Football-a-Day, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments. Every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Football-a-Day sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Football-a-Day. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details. This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
Coming up in the herd. What NFL team should be the role model for every other franchise? Find out from NBC's Al Michaels via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline at 11:15 Eastern, 8:15 Pacific. In the herd.
Peter King, SI.com and NBC. We've been talking about stability today, Peter, and we heard Bob Kraft talk about the stability of the Patriots earlier in the show. And I think few people remember, Peter, the rocky start Belichick had first year in New England. Peter, go back. What do you remember? Everybody wants to fire their coaches this time of the year. What do you remember about Belichick's legacy getting started in New England?
Colin, I just know that around, not only in 2000, which was, I think, 5-11 season, but in 2001, early on, there was a lot of dissatisfaction because this team really was simply not clicking. They weren't playing well. They weren't playing well offensively. And I think, what I learned since then is that Bill Belichick really didn't like the way Drew Bledsoe was running his offense at all. And I'm not sure when it would have happened, but I think at some point that year, he would have pulled Drew Bledsoe. And he would have eventually gone to Tom Brady, which he was forced to, obviously, to do by injury. I think it was week 2 that year against the Jets when Bledsoe got hurt. And that really turned it all around. They didn't start winning consistently until mid to late season. But I think Brady gave Belichick the guy on the field who he could trust more rather than the more freelancing Bledsoe.
People also forget that not only did Belichick struggle before he found the right quarterback, Bill Cowher, I think, was 6-10 the year before Big Ben, which is why I sort of sympathize with Andy Reid. To me, he's just got to find the right quarterback. When he had McNabb, he won a lot of games. I just don't think Andy, in NFL circles, every time I ask a player, Peter, they tell me they think Andy Reid's the second best coach in the league. Do you think he's in that class?
I think, I don't know how I would rank the coaches 1 to 32, but Andy Reid is a top 8 to 10 coach, I think, easy, consistently. And one of the reasons is that he is just as solid as the day is long. You know exactly what you're going to get with the guy. His players know he rules with, I don't want to say rules with an iron fist because he doesn't, but he rules very consistently with the guys on his team. They all know exactly what they're going to get from him. And I think that any coach in this league is not going to be as good a coach if his quarterback is not playing well. And that's really what's happened with the Eagles, in my opinion, the last couple of years.
But there is a sense, though, and I said this yesterday, is you watch Kaepernick, and he's got that Big Ben thing where he's big, strong, he can move, he can throw. And there's a sense in San Francisco that Harbaugh and the general manager, who are both sharp cats, when given the opportunity to a long-term deal, wanted to only give him 2 years. It does feel like Harbaugh is more important to Alex Smith and vice versa, does it not?
In Harbaugh's mind, yeah. And I think you asking, I talked to Andrew Luck about this last week, about how fortunate he was to have Harbaugh and Greg Roman and David Shaw at Stanford. And, you know, Harbaugh's a really, really good coach. We all know that. I mean, how many guys coach a year and a half in the NFL and don't have a 2-game losing streak, taking over a team that wasn't any good? I mean, that had some talent, but as a team wasn't good. So all credit to Harbaugh without any question. But I also think that you have to make the throws. I mean, I watching that Arizona game that Smith played 3 weeks ago. I mean, you can't play a better football game as quarterback than Alex Smith played. And, you know, throwing the ball to guys in stride, you know, and not, this is the thing that's maddening. I understand that Alex Smith doesn't have a great downfield arm. We all know that. But, I mean, he threw 3 passes downfield in that game that were right on target. They were perfect, that allowed guys to keep running with the ball downfield. I'm surprised by the whole thing, quite honestly.
Peter King joining us. Ed Reed's 1-game suspension was lifted, still fined $50,000. I am still shocked by how many fans want more violence and don't understand the ramifications down the line legally if the NFL doesn't take all these headshots seriously. Now the NFL, I was told this past week, will pay young youth leagues to play flag football over tackle football, which I again think is positioning themselves against concussion lawsuits. Are you surprised they lifted the Ed Reed suspension? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, I mean, you just raised 64 issues. I'll talk about Reed first. The biggest issue here is you ask defensive players in the league, and they're going to say, because I've talked to many of them, and they will say, you asked us to aim for the sternum. We are aiming for the sternum. We're aiming below the neck now because you've told us that we have to do that. When we do that, what happens is ball carriers, receivers, quarterbacks, they come in and just before contact, they duck their heads. And so when they duck their heads to avoid the big crashing hit to the sternum, we hit them in the head. I think the competition committee this year, this off season, is going to have a major summit meeting on this issue and try to make a decision about, are all helmet hits the fault of defensive players? Or should some of the blame be parceled out to offensive players for ducking their heads? Because how is it the fault of a defensive guy if he's aiming for the sternum and at the last split second a helmet gets in the way? He can't adjust to that.
But Peter, my eyeballs like it. I like this current league more than I did 15 years ago. Do you?
I like it with one exception, Colin. I think that there are a lot of things that are really, really unfair to defensive players. And I've seen a lot of great defensive games over the years. I like defense. I'm a 1-0, no designated hitter, pitcher duel lover. I love that because it's part of the sport. It's fun. There's strategery there. And it's the same thing in a great defensive game. Look, I watched the Jaguars in Houston the other day, a lot of that 43-37, and it was a barrel of fun. It was tremendously fun. But the last the touchdown of the game, the Andre Johnson touchdown, there was such little defense on that play. It was almost like a Pro Bowl play, and it was either because the Jaguars were all totally beat after playing 5 quarters of football, or because, the rules have gone so far one way. I think it's probably the first thing, but I'm in favor of the game as it's being played, with the exception that I think the rules have become just too slanted against defensive players.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, Peter King. Great talking to you.
Thanks a lot, Colin. You take care.
At Subway, try a delicious steak, egg white, and cheese made just the way you say. Ed Reed's suspension lifted. I still think if you really follow this league, what the NFL is doing is the right thing. They're asking now, allowing now, pushing young football leagues to play flag. They want kids getting hit later. Coming up next, I'll run down tomorrow's games and my thoughts. It's The Herd.
This is Terry Bradshaw. I've won a lot of games by 1 point, so I know the value of an extra point. My friends in Ferguson are fond of extra points, too. Ferguson's been the leader for plumbing and HVAC supply since 1953, so you always get what you need fast. Touchdown! And now when pros order online with Ferguson, you'll get Pro Plus Rewards points. Use these points to get stuff like sports gear, gadgets, and more. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com and tell them Terry sent you.
Get in the zone. Regular oil changes help save your engine from wear. And doing the job yourself helps you save money, too. Come into AutoZone today for everything you need to get the job done. Now you can get a 5-plus quart oil change jug of Valvoline conventional motor oil and an STP oil filter, all for only $21.99. See store for restrictions and details. Trust the experts at AutoZone to help you get the most for your car and your dollar every time. Parts are just part of what we do.
Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, and it starts today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's. Never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! Tonight, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move! Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Cliffs land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest?
Oh, ball
Griffin.
In this NBA Wednesday showdown, Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 tonight on ESPN.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
There's this old tradition, old belief, and like most old beliefs, it's out of touch, that you can't lose a job due to an injury. You could at my company. You get hurt, backup comes in and delivers, gets hot, he's the guy, sorry. NFL today's win games or get fired. If you can't separate yourself in life and your understudy outperforms you, that is on you. Look in the mirror. We live in a need and a blame society. Stop blaming. Be accountable for your mediocrity. Okay, like it's just like every company in this nation offers you 2 weeks off for sick. You have a right to take it, but if you do, the bosses will think less of you. You either compete or you don't. But if I had a producer and he took every sick day every year, I'd find a way to replace him. Sorry, wouldn't advertise it, wouldn't tell him, but every manager I've ever worked with agrees.
Here's what Ben and Skin are talking about in Dallas.
In a game in which the offensive line probably set football back by about 19 years. I mean, that was bad. The Cowboys are probably going to face a fine from the NFL for just putting such an embarrassing unit out there.
Yeah, an ineptitude fine?
Yeah, an ineptitude fine. The commissioner's looking into it. My sources tell me it could happen.
Catch up with the latest from 103.3's Ben and Skin at ESPNDallas.com. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. If you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. The Knicks are 8-1 after a win in New Orleans last night. Both previous times in their history, they've started 8-1. Knicks have gone on to win the championship. Tonight, the Knicks are in Dallas, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Tyson Chandler, is Carmelo Anthony an MVP candidate right now?
He should be in the top of the race right now. We're playing the best basketball, and it's because of him. You know, he's playing all over the floor on both ends. He should be at the top of the race as far as MVP goes right now through the first 10 games of the season. 9 for us, but for most people too.
Mike Woodson joined Stephen A. Smith and me today at 1:15. Nets took the Lakers to the wire last night in a last-second loss in L.A. Brooklyn back at it tonight at Golden State. Yankees bring back Hiroki Kuroda on a one-year deal for reportedly $15 million. And this ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by 7-Eleven. Short on time and cash this season? Just a little of each will get you a large fresh-baked pizza at 7-Eleven. Pick one up in minutes for just $5.99. Oh, thank heaven.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day, presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. As you well know, we've been red hot on the Blazing 5 picks. And I forget what our record is. It's something like 38-17 or something. 39-16, 71%. We would be leading. I would be leading the Las Vegas Hilton Superbook contest, which has a first prize cash payout of $447,000. I'd be leading. Didn't join it, but I'd be leading. We're hot this year. But I remember years ago, story time with Uncle Colin. When I used to work in Las Vegas, I befriended a guy named Lem Banker. And Lem Banker was a kind of the first big sports bettor that people knew in the country. I mean, they did a piece. You know, you'd see him on like a 60 Minutes or those kind of pieces. Lem's a very, very gregarious, funny, glib guy. And I remember one of the things, he went bankrupt before he became a sports bettor. And he went bankrupt 2 or 3 times doing it. And he said, I really figured out how to do it. Money discipline. It's not about picking winners. He goes, get 58% right. Just have money discipline. You don't go from winning over to the cage to bet again. Know when not to bet. That's the key in sports betting. I've been hitting 58% a year. Last year, I think I hit 59%. So I could make a living just betting NFL. Wouldn't be much of a living, but I could make it if you hit 50%, because the one thing I am in life is financially disciplined. It's one of the only things I do well. I don't spend what I don't make, live well below my means. But the only thing I do well, I'm decent at radio, good financially disciplined guy. That's it. It's not about getting a bunch of games right. The problem is guys get games right, and they can never say no to games. This weekend's a lousy bunch of games. So the reason I'm not giving a blazing 5 is simple. It's Wednesday. I don't have all the injury reports. You have practices disrupted by Thanksgiving holiday, and these games tomorrow are all trap games. 60% of home teams win these games if the road team's not coming off a bye. So you should take the home team, and the truth is I don't like any of these. I really don't feel good about any of these home teams. So you got to know when not to bet. That said, instead of a blazing 5, instead of official bets, we'll call these something different.
The lukewarm 3.
We'll call, yeah.
Texans, Lions.
Lukewarm 3. I'll just tell you my feeling about all the games. I wouldn't bet them. I'm not going to, but here's my feeling. People overreact to individual games. Houston, 9-1, allows 18 a game. That's awesome. They hadn't allowed a touchdown in their previous 2 games. So then they get the worst team in the league, Jacksonville, and Jacksonville moves the ball all over the field. You know, it's just like dating the beautiful girl. The prettier she is, the more you dress up, you're on time. The reality is this was not the prettiest girl. Houston knew it, showed up late, didn't care, found out a way to win. The truth is, Houston's just a lot better than Detroit. There's this feeling out there the Lions are great on Thanksgiving. No, they're not. The last time they won a Thanksgiving game was 2003. Detroit's 9-13 in their last 22 games. They're not a very good football team right now. And Houston, coming off a horrible performance, will play very well in this game. Again, I'm not going to bet it. If I did, I'd take the Texans to cover. That would be my gut feeling.
Redskins, Cowboys.
Cowboys are -3. They're a lousy home cover. Dallas, the one thing they've done, they've dramatically erased turnovers. 1 in the last 3 weeks. Here's the problem right now with Washington. Washington's corners are weak. They have some of the weakest corners in the NFL. Opposing coordinators are not afraid of D'Angelo Hall anymore, or Josh Wilson, or Cedric Griffin. They've all had very mediocre years. The question becomes, how much time can Tony Romo get to dominate those 3 corners who are frankly not very good? The key, though, with Dallas, even though Romo, a little bit of a mess early in the year, picked off 13 times in the first 7 games, he's got no picks in his last 3, and that's with an eroding offensive line. And never forget, Romo is unbelievable, 8-1 in his last 9 November games. He's the opposite of Eli Manning. You know, Eli will win early and late. Romo dials in every year in November. The Redskins' pass defense scares me. It's just not very good. But again, Dallas is a home favorite. It's a lousy bet. I'd run for my life. I took Cleveland +8 at Dallas. That's a great bet. This isn't a great bet. I'd stay away, but I think Dallas wins by about a field goal.
Patriots, Jets.
Listen, New England's a better team. The Jets are 4-9 in their last 13. The Patriots are best in the league yards and points. It's not close. Okay, a week ago, before the Rams beat a St. Louis team coming off an overtime game against physical San Francisco. Again, St. Louis looked great against the Niners, lost, but played an overtime game against the most physical team in the league. So St. Louis was physically shot against the Jets. They were shot. And the Jets went in and physically pushed them around, started a running game, which gave Mark Sanchez play-action passes. Don't overreact to the Jets win in St. Louis. I do think New York has a chance to win several games down the stretch close. But right now, they're 4-9 in their last 13 games. Ooh, Gronk is out. So what? He was out of the Super Bowl, basically. I mean, they didn't target him in the Super Bowl, and they almost beat the New York Giants. Tom Brady's next favorite target is Wes Welker. He's doing really well. Okay? And Brady is absolutely on fire. He has a 111 quarterback rating over the last 4 games, 11 TDs and no picks. Now, New York was turnover-free for the Rams game. That's the key. And if they're turnover-free, they'll keep it close. But in the end, I feel like I get a much better football team. I mean, you saw what New England did to an Indianapolis team. They blew them out of the building. I'd probably go New England on this to win by over 6.5. But again, 60% of home teams cover in these goofy Thanksgiving games. So I don't recommend any of these games. Even though I think Houston and New England are much better teams than the team they're playing. They got to give up points on the road. There's my thoughts. By the way, the Jets game is interesting. And everybody knows Brady's really good. I was looking up his numbers this morning. Since 2001 until today, 7 Pro Bowls, 16-6 in the playoffs, 2 MVPs, 2 Super Bowl MVPs, holds NFL all-time records for most TD passes in a year, quickest to reach 100 wins, highest completion percentage in a playoff game, 93%. Even Rex Ryan said yesterday, he's a machine. I hope we appreciate how good these guys are. Like what Peyton Manning's doing in Denver right now is filthy. Just fantastic. What Brady's doing and his consistency is unbelievable. Now, the best thing the Jets have going for them, Rex Ryan talked about this yesterday on 98.7 FM in New York, the best thing the Jets have going for them, it is a division rival, and therefore they play them twice a year, and therefore they know New England.
Well, we're fortunate, that, both teams really know each other. So you've already played each other earlier in the season, so you have a pretty good feel of personnel and everything else. But, again, you still don't want to show up and play New England with exactly what you played, especially defensively. You have to change it up on them because, Brady is so good at once he knows what you're in, he can really carve you up. So we still have to change some things up, in particular on defense.
I just think New England offensively at a different level. I don't think the Jets defensively are as good as they were against the Rams. I think the Rams were shot physically after playing an overtime game with the most physical team in the league, San Francisco. NBC's Al Michael, Patriots Jets, he's got it. He'll join us next in the Herd.
Hi, Todd.
Oh, hey, Samantha.
Do you want to be my boyfriend?
Oh, sure. Wow, I'd love to.
Great. Now give me your Subway steak melt.
My melt?
Yeah, I'm your girlfriend now.
I don't think this is working out.
Get your own Subway steak melt, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt, or the succulent, smoky chipotle steak and cheese. Get yours today. Subway. Eat fresh.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy. Hey, come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls an email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
What's trending now in New York? The Knicks drubbed the Hornets last night and improved to 8-1. The last time they started like this, they were winning championships. Tonight, it's the Mavericks. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Game tomorrow, 8:20 Eastern, NBC, Patriots at the Jets. You remember the last time they collide, surprisingly close. New England, though, does appear to be revving things up offensively. Brady's on a roll. Al Michaels, a friend of our show, NBC, joining us here. Al, Brady's a California kid. You know the state well, still live out there. He doesn't have the biggest arm. He doesn't have the great feet. Not the biggest guy in the league. Can't run worth a lick. You've met with him a dozen times or more. What is it about him when you sit down with him? What makes him Brady?
I've also played golf with him, so I can see the competitive nature in everything that he does. You know, Colin, I look at him, and he's very much like Peyton Manning in that both guys are going to go to the Hall of Fame. They're first-ballot guys. They're toward the end of their careers, even though, you know, they're not that far past their prime. And in Brady's case right now, and maybe even in Peyton's case, maybe they're playing as well as ever. I just see this savoring of where they are in life and where they are, and having an understanding of what the situation is, and just trying to make the most of everything and making everybody around them better. And they're both, in a sense, it's like having your offensive coordinator on the field. They know exactly what they're doing. They can call everything by themselves. They see everything. They know everything. They prepare like crazy. They both still have tremendous skills, and it's just a treat to be able to cover both of these guys right now at this point in their careers. And for Tom, I just see, we always use that term work ethic and all of that, and people are going, well, of course, people are going to work hard and all of that. You have to, and when you're in the National Football League. But I think Tom and Peyton too, just they take it up a notch, and it's a treat to watch them play. It's a treat to watch their brains at work as well as their arms.
I kind of theorized. I wonder when I watch college have, and Belichick now is interested in Chip Kelly's offense, and you got Brady and Manning. Are they, with all the running quarterbacks, RG3, the spread offense? Is the drop back and I run like a batting cage, is it a dinosaur? Is Brady, is Manning, is that the last of it? Are we going to go to more viably running quarterbacks from this point forward, in your opinion?
Not necessarily. I think, look, you go back to when Randall Cunningham came up with Philadelphia in 1988, and I think Sports Illustrated had him on the cover. The ultimate weapon. Paul Zimmerman did a story about this is the end of the drop-back quarterback of the National Football League. They will all be like this. Well, that's a quarter of a century ago, and they're not all like that. And you will get the RG3s and other guys who obviously do extremely well outside the pocket. But, Colin, I just look at, the recent Super Bowl champions. Eli stays in the pocket. Brady's in the pocket. Peyton's basically in the pocket. I mean, they'll go out on, little rollouts and all that stuff. But these guys win championships. Aaron Rodgers can run. We know that. But he's not, you don't put him in the RG3 category. I mean, he's mobile and he can, he can run for a 15-yard gain and a big first down and all of that. No, I don't see this being a dinosaur. I mean, I look at, you look at Brady right now, you look at Peyton Manning right now, they're not on their way to creating any sort of a dinosaur syndrome.
Yeah. When you sit down with Belichick before a game, does he give you anything?
Oh, he gives us a little bit. I've known Bill for so long and, covered him going all the way back to the mid-'80s when he was the defensive coordinator under Parcells, and a good relationship with him. Here's the thing with these meetings, though. They don't sit there and say, hey, here's exactly what we're going to do. They'll tell you certain things, and the best thing for us in going into these meetings is if you think you know something and you bring it up, they will tell you that it's not true or not correct or there's a shading to it or all of the rest. So they will disabuse you of certain notions that you may go in with, and that's very valuable. Otherwise, you sit there and you speculate about things you think are right and have no chance of happening. So in that regard, look, these guys have to meet with the broadcast teams every week. They have to do press conferences and all of that. They all have code things that they tell people, and you just have to read through the code. I was laughing with somebody this morning, Colin, about when a coach doesn't want to answer a question, if there's some sort of a situation developing in a given game and he's trying a new guy out in a position or whatever, he'll say, I'm excited to see this. Excited means I'm worried to death. So every time you hear a coach say, I'm excited about this prospect, he's worried. So they're all euphemisms. You just have to work through the verbiage.
You and Vin Scully are the best baseball impeccable. We know sports don't dominate forever. How concerned should the NFL be about concussion lawsuits? Do you think we could be in the NFL 20 years from now saying, man, remember, like baseball, remember when the NFL was king?
I don't think so. I think people will still love the sport. I think, the great disparity between these two are that, baseball plays 162 and football plays 16. So there's 10 baseball games for every one football game. I think that is huge, and that will continue. Now, in terms of, you mentioned the suit, I don't know what's going to happen there. Obviously, that could really be tremendously impactful. There's no question in terms of, how the league sustains itself financially going forward. I don't look, once you go to a courtroom, who in the world knows what's going to happen? But in terms of the popularity of the sport, people just love it. And you and I have discussed this in the past. I mean, it is high drama on television. HDTV, the close-ups, it's reality TV. Regular reality TV is not reality TV anymore. It's phony TV. It might as well be scripted. The only real reality television is sports. And the king of that right now is football. I mean, it's just a treat to sit down and watch a game unfold on television. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And it'll continue to be, too.
Yeah, it's amazing. Baseball still looks the same on TV. I got about a minute and a half left. You go watch an NFL game broadcast in even the 80s, Al. Right. You TV people have done an amazing job. Baseball still looks the same. I mean, look at your broadcast tomorrow. How many more things they ask you to know and do?
Yeah, well, what's perfect too, Colin, is that you have 4 or 5 seconds of action, and then 35 seconds of what would normally be inaction, except you can make that look like Armageddon. I mean, it's like Jimmy Johnson and I once had a discussion a few years ago about football on television, and he said, he summed it up perfectly. He said on television, a 4-yard gain can be made to look like Armageddon. If you're sitting in the stadium watching it live, a 4-yard gain is a 4-yard gain.
Yep. Yeah, Al Michaels via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, 820 Eastern on NBC, Patriots, Jets. Last one went down to the wire. As always, Al, love hearing your voice. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks, Colin. Take care. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Same to you and your family. Romo RG3 will be tomorrow. If you don't know the games, I'll just lay them out your times for you. Everybody wants to know. Your first game's going to be Houston, Detroit. And then after that, you're going to get the Cowboys and the Redskins, which is going to be tremendously entertaining. And after that, you're going to get New England, Al Michaels, and the Jets. Good stuff. By the way, as a community service, I do this every year before Thanksgiving. You give me the town, the relative, the dish. I'll call them out. A bad casserole, and we're all losers. This comes from Damien. Colin, my aunt in Kansas has an oyster stuffing, and she uses real fish. Please stop. Aaron. Colin, my mother-in-law's large stuffing is bread and lard mixed together. She's trying to give us heart disease. I'm convinced. Make it stop. And finally, Colin, please deliver the message to my Uncle Anthony in Boston, Mass. I've had enough of the shirtless meatballs. I think last year I got a hair in there. All righty then. I think I'm going to throw up in my mouth a little. A community service. That's what radio is. Coming up next, what sports record guaranteed to never be broken? It's the Herd. Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Coming up at 1 with Stephen A. and Rucco. Just like 2009, the Jets are 4-6 and dreaming of the playoffs. Can history repeat itself? A win tomorrow night over New England would go a long way. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Thank you for calling Discover Card. Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping? Yep. That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. A parting shot with Jeremy Schaap.
Our old notions of masculinity and machismo are shifting. When a sports reporter criticized Charles Tillman of the Bears for announcing he'd rather miss Chicago's game against Houston than miss his daughter's birth, there was such a fierce backlash that the writer had to back down. The people had spoken. Most Americans think a father's place is in the delivery room, not the defensive backfield when his wife is in labor. Then, R.A. Dickey won the National League Cy Young Award. Dickey, who was molested as an 8-year-old, says he only came into his own as a pitcher after he summoned the courage to tell his psychotherapist about what had happened to him. Until recently, men were at best discouraged from revealing such things. Both he and Tillman, in their own ways, have demonstrated what manhood is really all about. I'm Jeremy Schaap, and you can listen to The Sporting Life Friday nights at 9 Eastern Time and Saturday mornings at 5 Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive CJ Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern. UNC Indiana at 9:30. Tuesday on ESPN.
Mike and Mike discuss the possible end of the Andy Reid era in Philly.
For the Philadelphia Eagles, this has been an incredibly successful era. You know, Andy Reid has been down there a really long time. Andy Reid has been the coach of the Eagles longer than we've been doing this show. We've been together forever. And it's been one of those constants in the sport. And I think for all intents and purposes, it came to an end last night. They'll play out the rest of their season. And whatever happens will happen, whether Nick Foles becomes the quarterback or not, and whether they win a game or two here or there. But I think the only way that this thing was going to continue was if they put together a really big year. And their last chance of doing that was last night. And it didn't happen, and it didn't ever really look like it had any conceivable chance of happening. So I think in reality, Mike, the Andy Reid era in Philadelphia came to an end last night in New Orleans.
It's heading there. I'm certainly not going to say it's completely over at this point. If you look at it, they're one game out of the last spot.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
What is this about the Knicks team chemistry that has them off to such a hot start? And how will Amari Stoudemire fit in when he returns? Jeff Van Gundy joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Johnny Walker. Put your skills to the test. Log on to ESPNNewYork.com right now and play New York Rankem, presented by Johnny Walker. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Must be 21 and over. The Knicks improved to 8-1 after a win in New Orleans last night. Both previous times in the Knicks' history that they've started 8-1. They've gone on to win titles tonight. Knicks are in Dallas, 8 o'clock pregame, 8:30 tip here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Would be easy for the Knicks to look ahead to Friday's matchup against Jeremy Lin, right, Carmelo?
We ain't think about Houston right now. We'll deal with them after tomorrow night. You know, they'll be on our radar, but that's not something we looking forward to right now. So that's not even on our mind.
Mike Woodson joined Stephen A. Smith and me today at 1:15 here on ESPN New York. Nets took the Lakers to the wire last night in a last-second loss in L.A., a game that Darren Williams knows could have been a win for Brooklyn.
We were right there. We missed some shots. You know, G had a good look at the three, tired. Joe had a good look, so I had two looks. You know, we just didn't make shots.
Brooklyn back at it tonight at Golden State. Yankees bring back Hiroki Kuroda on a one-year deal for reportedly $15 million. Ed Reed's suspension lifted for player safety violation. Instead, he's been fined $50,000. Jets-Patriots pregame at 6:30 tomorrow night here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Pepper is changing lives with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. Tell us your story by uploading your video to drpepper.com, and you could win up to $100,000 in tuition. No purchase necessary. So head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Coming up in the herd, what NFL quarterback is getting the most help from his offensive coordinator? Find out from NFL Films' Greg Cosell via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. In the herd.
You know, it's really funny how, because we have more media, there's just more hype. And, you know, Tony Romo was better than RG3 in his first year as a starter. And nobody would believe that. Tony Romo won 60% of his starts. RG3 has won 40% of his first year as a starter. Romo threw for 33% more touchdowns, almost doubled RG3's current completions. Romo guided the Cowboys to a playoff berth. The Redskins are in the bottom half of the NFC. So, and Romo, even though we think of Romo as not being clutch, he's won 60% of his regular season games for his career, and he finds the end zone 50% more than RG3 does. He's more consistent. You know, and this year he's doing it with no offensive line. I mean, Dallas' offensive line, you can make an argument, worse in the league. And there's competition for it, but it's bad. But, you know, there's so much hype, and everybody likes RG3, and he's a good player. And by the way, he's just really talented, very coachable. He's going to do great. But last week, RG3 was 14 of 15 in 75 snaps, 15 attempts. Romo threw 50 times with the worst offensive line in the league. Now, does Tony have better weapons? Absolutely. But if your offensive line is bad, it is what it is. Nick Foles of the Eagles, as a rookie in his first start, threw 46 passes. RG3, 15. Indy's asking Andrew Luck to throw 45, 50 times a game. You got to remember, RG3 is a special talent, very coachable, very talented. But he's running a college offense, lots of college schemes, very run-oriented. It's basically a spread option with lots of short passes. So at this point, they're protecting RG3, and they're letting him run an offense that works for him. Long-term, going to have to throw the ball down the field. Romo, think about this. RG3 is 26 in attempts, tied with Matt Castle. Castle hasn't even started every game this year. Romo, 6th. And of the top 6, easily the worst offensive line. So if all the NFL quarterbacks, let's say, lived together, they were brothers in a family, you know, Brady, Manning, Breeze, Rodgers, and Romo, their parents are asking them to have a job, plus school, plus chores, plus take care of your younger brothers, keep mom sober, and play high school sports. And it's nothing against RG3, but they're asking Romo to do so much more for the team. And to some degree, they're kind of protecting RG3. A lot of college stuff, a lot of stuff he's very familiar with, spread option. The passes tend to be safer, not throwing him downfield as much. Now he's got less to work with. Nobody disputes that. But it's not like, you know, Russell Wilson has a ton to work with. I mean, Sidney Rice has underachieved his entire career. And Golden Tate's just now, with Russell Wilson, kind of finding his way. So Romo's 14-0 all-time at home in the month of November. You know that? According to Elias, it's tied for the most home wins ever by a starting quarterback in any month without a loss. So as you watch tomorrow in that late afternoon game, don't kid yourself. I mean, when you consider what Romo is asked to do, he is a great player. He really is. Bad O-line, asked to carry the franchise. They now have no running game because DeMarco Murray's hurt. So it's on your shoulders. I mean, he won that game last week by himself. Cowboys 3-0 against rookie quarterbacks on Thanksgiving. Of course, Craig Krenzel and Bruce Gradkowski are not RG3. They're brought to you by Ferguson, country's largest distributor of plumbing products. Since the 50s, they've added Ferguson Pro Plus, where pros can earn points for every product they buy online. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com. So Jack Taylor scored 138 points last night. 58 in the first half. I know everybody thinks this is great. If you know Grinnell, Division III college, I don't. Apparently they run a system which is, you know, Loyola-esque, very shooter-friendly. You know, to me, my first thought was it's kind of gross. I mean, if you take 108 shots, I'm not into that stuff. You know, again, look who's winning at the highest levels. Anthony Davis, Kentucky, plays defense. LeBron, NBA, plays defense. I'm not into gunners. Kids try to duplicate and copy that stuff, and it's bad basketball. We were saying this morning, John, you and I got into this topic about what records are breakable and what records are not breakable. We agreed Cy Young losing 315 games, you would never give a guy 20 years of 20 losses for 16 years.
Couldn't be in the league that long if you lost that many games.
You wouldn't be. I mean, nobody's even close. Jamie Moyer's 50, just got out of the league, was rarely dominating, lost plenty of games. He's at 209. Nobody's losing 316 games. Guys don't play that long. The money's better. If you were that bad, teams would cut you, and you just wouldn't stand. You wouldn't stand it. You wouldn't stay in baseball. The Bulls went 72-10. Seems unbeatable, but the way free agency works, all guys going to glamour teams, I think that'll go someday. I don't see how you win 7 straight college basketball titles because even if you got elite talent, max, they stay for 2 years. Now, what Kentucky's doing, where they've basically abandoned senior night at Kentucky, they get freshmen, he builds a chemistry mid to late in the year, and they can win. I think you can do that and be really good, but to win 7 titles when Carolina's doing the same and Kansas is doing the same, I don't think that will ever be broken. Brett Favre has 297 straight starts in the NFL. So it's basically, 19 years starting every game. That seems unbreakable. But Eli Manning's got 140 straight. I mean, I think it's very reasonable. He's never had a big injury that he'll play 7 or 8 more years. He's a Manning. He loves football. So 16 games, 8 years, 128 on top of his 140. That's 268. That's close. So an Eli Manning is durable. He never comes out of games. He never gets hurt in games. I think most records, we got into this morning, John, hitting records. Like you made a good point. Like Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. One of the things now is with fewer home runs and PEDs, you made the point.
Well, I was just saying, with fewer home runs and steroids, you're going to have more guys learning, okay, I got to slap the ball instead of trying to hit a home run. So you get a guy fast enough, probably might have a shot at that record.
How about Mike Trout of the Angels? He's got Mickey Mantle speed down the first baseline, hit for power. Ichiro's a guy. I think Ichiro got up to 30. If you can run and you're a singles hitter, and a lot of these guys these days, they're not jacking home runs. They have become singles and doubles hitters. I think 56 is reasonable. The only downside is you have more situational pitching, so it seems like you're throwing 90 miles an hour for 9 innings. Used to get starters in the 7th and 8th innings were worn down. Pete Rose got to, 44? Before Gene Garber of the Braves, Sidewinder got him out. I think we'll get real close to 56. Coming up next, Teddy Bruschi joins us. Ed Reed suspended. They lift the suspension. Our offensive players creating a lot of these penalties and what we perceive to be egregious hits. Meetings are essential to the way we work. You share ideas and problem solve. You develop creative solutions. Often, though, your team's spread out around the country. That's when you use GoToMeeting with HC Faces. It's powerful and simple, and you can collaborate online. Doesn't matter where you are or the people in your meeting. You share the same screen. Easier to be on the same page. I've used it, built-in HD video conferencing. So you see everybody face-to-face. And now you can present it from your iPad. GoToMeeting. Try it today free for 30 days. Visit GoToMeeting.com. Try it free button. Use the promo code Colin. Don't forget, you got to use the promo code Colin, C-O-L-I-N. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing. No matter where you're located, everybody shares the same screen. Teddy Bruschi next.
Nissan is giving their official Heisman vote to the fans. Go to NissanHeismanHouse.com and vote to get to know the Heismans.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! And now, a list of the most frequently asked holiday questions.
What should I get them? What are they into? What do they want?
And now, the answer to all of those, the Western Union gift of money. It's the gift of possibility because it can be anything.
Dinner and a movie. Dinner and a ball game. Dinner and dessert.
Golick, I think I'm sensing a theme with you here.
And you can send the gift of money for as little as $5 from an agent location around the corner or online. Your money will be available for pickup anywhere in the U.S.
Visit westernunion.com/possibilities to learn more. Western Union.
Moving money for better.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live
for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
You gotta wake them up every weekday morning. What is this about the Knicks team chemistry that has them off to such a hot start? And how will Amari Stoudemire fit in when he returns? Jeff Van Gundy joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, and it starts today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
You're not interested in impressing others, just yourself. You don't take shortcuts. Satisfying the status quo doesn't satisfy you. And, quite frankly, good enough is never enough. Now there's a work boot that shares your values. Irish Setter work boots. They're as hardworking and determined as you. Exactly what you'd expect from a revered brand with enduring heritage and pride in craftsmanship. New Irish Setter work boots by Red Wing Shoes. Field experienced, job ready.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
What do they do?
Because, well, the message they send initially, Carl, is that, you know, we can be hard and we don't care who you are. You can be a future Hall of Famer like Ed Reed, but we will suspend you. You do any type of helmet-to-helmet contact and you're a repeat offender, we are going to suspend you and take away a game check. So the whole league is up in arms and almost shocked because it was so over the top that it's almost planting a seed in players' heads like, oh, man, this player safety thing is going to another level. Okay?
They're taking you out of games.
They're taking you out of games. And we better watch out, guys. But then a couple of days later, now we're talking about how it's rescinded and he's not suspended and it's only $50,000. So they also look reasonable. So
a win-win.
It's a win-win for the NFL. I think it's brilliant. I don't think this this was going to hold anyway. I think this might have been just a ploy by the NFL to send messages to the players. These 2 messages about being hard but still being reasonable. It's genius. I thought it was genius.
Now, some of the offensive players, the defensive players, say, listen, you tell us to hit here in the sternum, we do, and players duck, and we hit helmets. Should there be, as this continues to be fluid and it evolves, should there, Teddy, be a situation where an offensive player ducking in can be penalized or fined?
I don't think so. I mean, that's him protecting himself, I think. I think that's the act of him trying to get out of that situation where a player could launch into him. I think that the emphasis is all going to be on defense, and I think it's possible for the players. I think when it first came out, the emphasis of the player safety, I realized that it could be done. I mean, there's such good athletes that the target area, as quickly as it happens, there's a point. It's almost like a split second where you take aim. And I know. I mean, you were there. That second where the quarterback has just thrown the ball or the receiver has caught it, and it's almost like, you're almost in the twilight zone a little bit because you take aim. It's happening so fast, but it also happens slow. So to lower your target area and lower where you hit, I think it's very possible for defensive players.
We ask our pilots and our surgeons in this country and our politicians to go to more education every year, be retrained. You can't tell me a football player can't move his target area half an inch. You did it. You just launched differently. All this stuff, I still find the game. I said this yesterday. I was kind of ripping and arguing with fans. It's still incredibly violent. Fans watch it on TV, even with the rule changes. It's brutal.
There's still ways. There's still ways to lead with your shoulder. Those running backs through the holes. When you're not a defensive player, you can still tee off on guys, and you can have that discretion. And and you're told, and you're coached, which is when you can and which is when you can't. Players know this. They know this. The area is the quarterback after he's thrown the ball or in the act of throwing it to stay away from the head and the knee, and also after the reception is made by a receiver and he's defenseless. Those are really the areas, but those running backs, that's why that running back position is so brutal now, because that's almost the only time you can tee off on a guy.
And guys are.
So it's like, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it even harder because I know I can't at other points. So that's why running backs get beat up so much.
You like New England. Tomorrow, you made an interesting point off the air about when teams in division play for the second time. What do you think about that?
It's all on coaching staffs.
All on coaching.
It's all on coaching because you really put your best foot forward in that first matchup, no matter what division it is, the NFC East, the AFC East, whatever. You play that first time, and you are desperately trying to get that first win. I don't think you're setting up for 2 months down the road in the season or anything like that. You're showing this was our game plan for this particular week, and this is the best we had. So what you do for that next game, you watch, and you find out what the coaches were thinking, and you see what their plan was. I think the Jets had a great plan. The first game against the New England Patriots.
Take some shots down the field.
Yes, take some shots down the field. Usually Sanchez is that middle of the field slant type of guy, the safe throws in between the numbers, but they were hitting curly on 7 routes, deep down the field, testing the Patriots secondary, getting pass interference calls. So now when it comes to coaching, how do you adjust that? All right, so now they know that's probably how they're going to attack you. So defenses make adjustments, offensive make adjustments. So different formations, different variations of plays. I think this is where Josh McDaniels learned his money, Sperano, those offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators for all teams.
We were talking. I think RG3 is a spectacular talent and will do well, but he threw 15 times. Romo threw 50. Andrew Luck's throwing 45. There's a handful of quarterbacks in this league that coaches have just said, you're going to carry us. RG3 is not that. Mm-hmm. You said something. You still think RG3 has a ways to go.
Right, I do. I think there's a big percentage of that offense where RG3 is a one-read quarterback. A one-read quarterback where he's faking that option and he's reading to see if that slant is there on that play-action pass. And if that slant isn't there, he'll stay on that and wait for it. If it's not there, if that linebacker does get a good read on that play action, gets his depth in his coverage, and takes away that first read, that slant, he has to go to the next read, and that's usually when the pass rush can get there because of RG3's waiting and then moving to his second. Finally, he gets sacked. So I think you take away that first read, and it's key at the linebacker level to see it and get in those inside passing lanes for those slants.
So the good teams, the teams with top linebackers, give him trouble.
You don't have to be the top linebackers either. I mean, there are plenty of linebackers out there, middle of the road, that just get good reads. All right, you get good reads on it, reading the offensive lineman to the back and seeing the ball come out, and then fighting to get back into coverage, really fighting to get that depth.
If Dallas beats them and the Packers beat the Giants, Dallas is in first place. So we all make fun of we all make fun of the Cowboys. Are they a playoff team to you?
They're in the hunt, and I think that they can. But this is the NFC East. This is how it's going to be again. There may be a shift in a first-place team. The Giants may go down to second place. Maybe the Cowboys sneak up in the first place for a week or two. But though the last 3 weeks, it's just that's when the NFC East is going to be decided. That's the way it's been. I don't see any team right now playing with the Giants struggling the way they are, pulling away with that division. It's just going to be a slugfest and see who wins it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the Bears are struggling and the New York Giants are struggling. But don't we all deep down know that they'll turn it around? I mean, that's my gut feeling with Chicago. Is Cutler's back, they'll be fine.
You think so?
You don't like them?
I think they're destined to be doomed, actually. I mean, with that offensive line.
Yeah, the offensive line is bad.
That is just an area that cannot be overcome. And I think we all see how much of an athlete and how good of a quarterback Jay Cutler is. But the jailbreak that I saw versus the San Francisco 49ers, and knowing that you can play teams eventually, even if they get in with a pass rush like the Packers, the Giants, or the Niners again, it's just inevitable to me, the fate of the Chicago Bears, and it's not going to be at the Super Bowl.
Good seeing you, bud. All right, man. 3 rings, Teddy Bruschi. That was nice.
Bam!
Bam! Number 1 Notre Dame at USC, and they're not number 1. 8 Eastern, ABC TV, ESPN Radio this Saturday. I will run down all the big college games Friday and Saturday and give you my thoughts on who will win next.
Just in time for Black Friday. Get unlimited talk.
Call your mother.
Text.
OMG.
And taste. Huh? That's right. It texts what you think.
Shut the front door.
That's what I'm saying. The next generation of smartphone has it all.
But does it have deals on all 10 of the top 10 appliance brands?
No.
That's because only Sears has them all. Sears Black Friday starts 8 p.m. Thursday with up to 50% off appliance doorbusters. This is the top 10 advantage. This is Sears. Doorbusters through Friday 1 p.m. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship. For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
There are holidays, and then there's Footballiday, only from Coors Light. It's the iron-fisted holiday where true-blooded fans tackle Rocky Mountain cold refreshments every game. Because every game is a reason to celebrate. Only from Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Enter the Footballiday sweepstakes. Complete rules and your chance to win at CoorsLight.com/Footballiday. No purchase necessary. Must be 21. Begins 9/1, ends 11/30. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time, and then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
Thank you for calling Discover Card.
Okay, your 5% cash back program is a total hole-in-one. You guys are putting on a clinic. What's the new category?
Yeah, we're hitting on all cylinders. And only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online. It's like a cash back grand slam.
Whoa, time out. 5% on online shopping?
Yep.
That's a game changer.
Bullseye. Everywhere you shop online.
That's right in my wheelhouse. Sign me up.
Only Discover gives you 5% cash back everywhere you shop online through December. Sign up for 5% at Discover.com or call 1-800-DISCOVER. 5% cash back on up to $1,500 in purchases online and at department stores.
Do you ever want to tell Greeny to just shut up? Or make sure Colin knows that baseball fans aren't all nerds? Or perhaps think SVP and Ryan have Boston sports fans all wrong? Make sure your voice is heard with ESPN Radio's all-new Fan Feedback, brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. Fan feedback allows you to engage with our hosts about whatever's on your mind via email, Twitter, Facebook, and text. Go to ESPNradio.com and look for the 1-800-Flowers.com fan feedback link to engage with your favorite hosts. And remember to visit 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN to discover exclusive offers for ESPN Radio listeners. 1-800-Flowers.com is the preferred floral provider of ESPN Radio.
The Knicks look like one of the dominant teams in the NBA, but how will they handle the return of Amari Stoudemire? Coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. and Ruocco today at 1:15 to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough. Short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you'll look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
An all-star. He's one of the top players in this league, man, and he's proven that this season so far. And we just got to continue to push him to play at that level, and I got to help him.
The Knicks will be in Dallas again to take on the Mavericks as they continue the road trip. And our coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM will get underway with Bill Daughtry at 8 o'clock. And you can see the game on MSG television with tip-off set for 8:30. Tough loss for the Nets in Los Angeles against the Lakers last night. And they will now continue up the road in California to take on the Golden State Warriors for a 10:30 tip. College basketball at 7:30 tonight. St. John's will be home for Holy Cross. Maine will be at Seton Hall. Number 6 Syracuse plays host to Princeton. Hofstra at Manhattan. Monmouth of New Jersey will travel to Tennessee State, while NJ Tech will take on Northampton. You're listening to ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
We like to think of ourselves, because we're New Yorkers, as being the sports capital of the world. But mostly it's because the Yankees have won a whole boatload of World Series. We're really not that anymore, even though the Giants make us feel that way, like every 4 years or so, the way the presidential campaigns come along. But you know what? You can go ahead and give thanks today for how interesting things always are around here. And I'm talking about a month after the Yankees went and got themselves good and swept. The Knicks are playing the way they're playing. The Nets gave the Lakers all they wanted in L.A. last night. Terrific game. The Jets have another game tomorrow night that feels like it's win or go home, even in November. And the Giants have a chance on Sunday night, if they play the way they usually do against the Packers, to start looking like a Super Bowl team again. Or the Giants can play like they did the last time they had a game, like they were that Jimmy Jr. wild turkey.
This is the Mike Lupica Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
And welcome to the Mike Lupica Show in the middle of what I was just talking about, a very interesting sports week in New York on the day before Thanksgiving. Knicks, Nets, Jets, Giants. Good afternoon, LaGreca, you weenie.
Why am I a weenie?
Because if the or else that I put on people is going to continue to have import and meaning, when I send you a text, and what did I say in my text about Greg Buttle after we were off the air yesterday? When you were getting ready to do Michael's show, what did I say to you?
You said should we get Greg Buttle for tomorrow?
And you said yes. And then you said you would, and then I said or else.
Right.
Now, when I or else you, because or else is now a verb on this program, when I or else you, I expect you to make it happen. But I or else you.
Right.
And then you laid it off on Ryan Hurley.
I didn't lay it off on Ryan Hurley. I text Buttle and told him expect a call from Ryan Hurley. He's the producer. He produces.
But why didn't you? But Buttle, why didn't you handle it yourself?
I handle it the way I'm supposed to handle it.
You delegated. You're a delegator.
Well, that's what you did.
No, but I delegated for a good reason, though. I'm afraid of Buttle.
So I've got to be your co-host and producer? I don't step on toes here. Ryan produces. I gave Buttle the heads up. Ryan actually volunteered the information, but you got to run it by the producer.
I was trying to give Ryan a respite from all the stuff I usually put on him, and so I didn't have to do what I did with him this morning, which is on the day before Thanksgiving, as he pointed out, I or else him.
Oh, boy. Well, I didn't realize Buttle was that much a heavy lifting guest.
And Ryan, out of respect for you and out of my love for you, we'll just say it's a former unnamed Giant. Okay? Is that fair enough? Who you suggested to come on the show today. I don't want to take anybody down because you know, Ryan, that's not my nature, okay? But Ryan made a suggestion that I thought was substandard for our show, and then you know what I said then, Donnie?
What?
I said someone's clearly hacked into your email account. Because you, Ryan Hurley, would have never suggested this unnamed New York Giant that he had suggested as a guest. But anyway, we've got Buttle coming up at 12:15 to talk about the Jets. Donnie, I actually stayed up and watched the Nets game last night.
So did I.
What a good and don't you think sometimes though, and I know it's part of the game, don't you think that there has to be some rule that if as soon as Dwight Howard steps on the court, you can't keep fouling him as many times as you want to?
There should be, yes.
But didn't you think they were going to keep doing that? And then they kind of stopped, you know?
Yeah, what did you think of the last play? I mean, they didn't give a lot of time. It took so long to foul. Lakers almost turned it over. Maybe there could have been a travel. I know Avery Johnson went crazy for that, but what was it, about 12 seconds when they inbounded, and they didn't foul till less than 5.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, here's what I came away thinking. The Lakers will be what they were supposed to be when they get Steve Nash back, which is a force to be reckoned with. And I'll tell you what, Don, if you watched that game last night, you appreciated that even though he's not what he was, and whatever you think about him, and it's, we have a different view of him here, obviously, than they do in Los Angeles. Kobe Bryant's one of the great, I don't know, top whatever basketball players. And that little baby sky hook he made down the stretch just reminds you that when a game is on the line, you could just pass him the ball still and expect that he will do something amazing.
Yeah, he is fun to watch. He really is. And I guess everybody discounts it because now, what is he, 35?
Yeah, but he's been at it, what?
He's
been at it, 17 years, whatever. Anyway, they're gonna. I'm very happy that Mike D'Antoni got to win his first game. The Knicks were challenged for a half, and Donnie, when you're watching that game, you're thinking, how can the Hornets possibly be in this game? And every once in a while, you'll see something that will be a concern down the road, like the way Austin Rivers kept blowing by Jason Kidd. But without Anthony Davis last night, the Hornets offered little resistance in the second half, and I was watching with Zach last night. Carmelo Anthony, it's what Charles Barkley, what Larry Brown, what everybody says. He might have more variety in his scoring game than Kevin Durant. I think that's fair to say. They're the two best scorers of the ball, right? But what?
I was going to say, but 6 rebounds, 4 assists. There's more to his game than just scoring, right?
Mike Woodson has clearly gotten himself to a place with Carmelo. There's a trust factor that you have to have, and obviously Mike D'Antoni was never able to achieve that with Carmelo Anthony. But boy, a couple of times when he got ticked last night, and he just decided he got mad, Roger Mason, and he was going to go to the hoop, and that's when he does play like a big Donnie, and I don't know who can stop him from getting his shot, but the way he's playing extremely high level. If they go to 9-1, 10-1, they come back to play the Pistons. As you said, now you're looking at 11-1, and now you're talking about a start that makes you believe that it's not a small sampling with the Knicks, that they actually have the wherewithal to continue to play like this throughout the NBA season. Because you know what the Knicks are doing that even the Heat aren't doing right now, Don? They're grinding their way through every game. And they show up every night, and they're not playing down. There was about a half on Sunday where they were playing down to the level of what the Pacers are right now. The Knicks are accepting the responsibility of basically being a better team than you thought they were going to be, and I thought they were going to be.
And I still think they play, with a chip on their shoulder. We talked to J.R. Smith yesterday. We've talked to Felton. I mean, I think they take the criticism to heart, and there's a lot of guys that feel like personally they have something to prove. Felton coming back here. J.R. Smith committing to stay here. Carmelo Anthony proving that this is his team. Jason Kidd proving to the world that he's not too old. And I think personally and as a team, they feel like every single night they're trying to prove the world wrong.
Oh, no, they are, you know what, they're playing with a little edge. And, Don, again, you can't say this enough. Thank God that the people weren't allowed to vote and we weren't canceling the season because Jeremy Lin left town. Don, thank God. We would have been cheated out of – Donnie, we would have been cheated out of this start, would we not?
Absolutely. And that, boy, is that going to be fun on Friday?
The Linsanity Bowl?
Oh, yeah.
Except it's in Houston. It's like in one of the outer boroughs of the NBA. Ew.
Ew?
Yeah, I mean, God.
Really. They're not going to put that, on a brochure to come visit Houston. Mike Lupica, New York Daily News. Ew.
Yeah, it's like when my daughter says, "Ew, Dad." No, it's an ew town. I mean, it's just a bad. Oh God, the Final Four was there. There's no even there. There's no down. There's like these various satellite down. No, it's okay to start on Houston. Houston's not Dallas. Dallas and Fort Worth, those are fun cities. Houston is just it's. I don't know. They should have put Houston in Idaho or one of those places. We got Greg Buttle coming up. Oh, the Giants. We know they always play good against the Packers, do they not? They always play good against the Packers.
At least the last 2 times, for sure.
And they played great in the regular season game last year. I mean, it was a last possession game. Do you see that kind of game on Sunday night?
I do. I think
possession.
I think coming out of the bye, they corrected some things. I think it's going to be whoever possesses the ball last will win the game.
But for now, a special guest is coming up in about 5 minutes on the Mike Lupica Show. Greg Buttle, because thank God Ryan Hurley used a little elbow grease and booked Mr. Buttle on the Mike Lupica Show in the greatest city in the world.
The Knicks look like one of the dominant teams in the NBA, but how will they handle the return of Amari Stoudemire? Coach Mike Woodson joins Stephen A. and Ruocco today at 1:15 to talk about it on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
You know how to tell if a man is serious about the work he does with his hands? Look at his feet. If he stands in a pair of Red Wing boots, that means he stands for something. He cares about the work he does and the crew he works with. He works with his brains as much as his brawn. Work is craft. Work is complex. Work is family. Work is pride. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, C-O-L-I-N.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, the Mike Lupica Show, 1-800-919-3776. I'm sorry I called you a weenie before. That was wrong.
I appreciate that. Who told you to say that?
No, that came from my heart.
Really?
That came from my heart. Yeah.
The weenie or the apology?
The apology.
Okay.
No, you know I just say things.
Well, I know that. And then usually you accuse other people.
We are joined right now by, well, one of my favorite people on the radio station. Why am I saying that, Don? Because I'm afraid of him. That's why. You are. And I want him to be happy, and I even had to go to a go-between to book him on the show because he acts like it's like booking the Pope, to get him on the show. I mean, I don't know what he's doing, but that's my flowery way of introducing my friend Greg Buttle. Good afternoon, Mr. Buttle.
That's right. You didn't go to a go-between because you're afraid of me. You went to a go-between because you're above calling me. And so you have to have Ryan or Don call me.
That is not true, and I'll tell you, LaGreca knows it's not true. Every week I say, was Buttle happy in the post game? Right? I want you to be happy, Buttle.
I am happy. You know what? And if you would have called me and said, hey, Butch, you want to come on? I'd have gone, absolutely for you.
All right. In the future, I will call you myself. Greg is a Penn State grad. By the way, your team has really played well this year, and obviously a great Jets linebacker. Greg, everything you've seen about the Jets so far, do you believe that it was enough of a baby step in St. Louis that they are capable of a big effort tomorrow night?
Man, that's a loaded question, but I'm going to answer it like this. They are capable of beating the New England Patriots. Now that I said that, they were capable the last time and they didn't do it. and they threw the game away, and they gave it away, just like they have done in every single loss. So, they're capable, but are they really going to play the way they can play? That's the question.
We're talking to Greg Buttle. Greg, do you make anything of this notion that there is not enough? And you played, college, pros, you played on good, tough teams. Is there enough veteran leadership on this football team?
Oh, I think there's plenty of leadership on the football team. I just have the only question, and I've had this conversation with Don many times. Leadership is on the field. You can talk all you want about any kind of leadership in a locker room, but your leadership is developed on the field, and that's the guys. That's the guy or the guys that you look at and you say, all right, that's what's going on. How do we do this? How can we change this? That's the leadership that you always value on a football team, not a guy that stands up on a soapbox and just yells and screams.
Now, Greg, this team's been looking for a pass rusher forever. Is Mo Wilkerson, in your mind, emerging to where he can be that dominant player the rest of the year?
You know, Don, it's a good question, and I would tell you just off the top of my head, no. And why would I say no? Because the Jets' defense is not what you look at on anywhere else. If the Jets are going to be able to rush the passer, it's going to be a linebacker or a safety. If the defensive ends play run first, pass second, that is why Rex Ryan's scheme in football works the way it does over a long period of time. So if you think you're going to get a defensive end that's going to come in here and just rush the passer, that's not what his job description is. Now, it might be 3rd down and 15, and they're going to say do that, but I don't find that you're going to get one of those guys. You'll get him more as a linebacker or a safety. But Wilkerson, by the way, has come along. I love the way he's played the last 2 games, and you know it. You and I have talked about it.
We're talking to Greg Buttle, who I'm trying to keep happy today. Greg, what is the single most troubling thing you have seen from this football team this year? Either side of the ball that has put them into the fix that they're in now, where they have left themselves. I say to Donnie, you know, on election night where they talked about this narrow path that Romney had to win, to this narrow path that they have to make the playoffs.
Here's what I see. Now, defensively, they have a defense, and I've mentioned it many times. Before Revis went out, I said if they lose Revis, all right, they still have a good defense. As good as Revis is, and as much as I love him as a player, defense is really, really about guys making plays and scheme, number one. So number 2 is, what do I look at? Well, I'm looking at the offense. And the offense is always, that's how you score. And how do you score? You throw the ball to score. You're not going to run the ball to score. You're going to run the ball in the 4th quarter to win. And so in the Jets' offense, or in anybody's offense out there, if you're throwing the ball and you're scoring points, doesn't really matter if your defense allows the best rusher in the league to rush for 200 yards. It doesn't matter. So I look at the skill positions offensively, and that's at wide receiver. They were killed when Santonio Holmes went down. That guy is good. He is as good a route runner as there is in the NFL. The other guys, look, they're rookies. You know, you got Hill as a rookie. He's got to learn how to run routes, how to get separation, why he should get separation, read the defense. Are you playing man? Are you inside? Are you outside? What are you doing? Is it a corner blitz? And if it's a corner blitz, how are you going to do this? And Schillen's the same thing as a young kid. Those guys are not the greatest route runners. They're not getting separation every single play. And who are you going to depend on? Curley. He's a slot guy. So when you look at that, what the Jets are, you look at their hardest thing is that their offensive line. Okay, people are going to give up. I don't care if you get run over one play. The game's a physical game, but give me something that's going to give me separation and big play capability. That's what it looks like to me. And the offensive wide receivers, they're young, man. They got to get better.
Yeah, but the problem with Hill is, to me, he's got to catch the ball. And I'm just wondering, if you're Sanchez, do you have faith to throw him the ball even if he's open?
I do, Don, and I'll tell you why. Because Jerry Rice used to drop balls, and I'm not comparing Jerry Rice to Hill. That's not what I'm doing. But I'm just saying the game is what it is. You're going to drop balls. He's dropped many that have been a problem. You look at it, and heck, if he catches the first ball against New England, they're going to run the clock out. He drops one in the end zone in another game. Dropped another one last game. So you're going to get the dropsies, and part of being a rookie is there's some guys that have to mature into being able to concentrate better. You know what? There's a lot going through these guys' mind. That being said, catch the ball. You've got to catch the ball. I don't think it would have Sanchez say, I can't throw the ball to him, because you know what? When the guy's open, you got to throw it to him.
We are talking to Greg Buttle, ex-New York Jet linebacker and a member of our radio station. He's on with Donnie around Jets games on Sunday. Can I ask you a Giants question? I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, you had a fine career. I mean, you weren't lucky enough to play for the Giants, but you had a very fine career in the National Football League.
What a left-handed slap in the face that was. Now remember that. I will always remember that. But go ahead. I have a lot of buddies that played for the Giants, so I like the Giants. Go ahead.
You know I'm just kidding around because I don't want you mad at me. You know I'm just kidding around.
Well, I'm going to go back to the videotape after this, but go ahead.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. In 15 minutes, I'm going to say LaGreca said it anyway. All right, Greg.
Go ahead.
What do you make of what you saw from Eli the last couple of games? Do you buy into the dead arm theory, and do you think that this bye week came at an absolutely perfect time for them?
For all I know, Eli Manning can have a rib injury, and you're not going to know it. And so the answer is I don't know the answer to that question. But I don't buy the dead arm. Every quarterback since the history of the game, especially in a 16-game season, has gone out. Now, do they throw the ball more? Yeah, sure they do. Are there more bumps and bruises? Yeah. Is the quarterback protected enough? Yeah. So no, I don't buy the dead arm. I do buy a couple things. One is protection breaks down. He tries to do too much, like every single quarterback that loses games, and that's what happened to Eli Manning. He's a wonderful quarterback. He could play on my team. I would have him play, even if someone said he had a dead arm. So I think that's overplayed. I really do. Now, at the end of the year, you can look back and he could say, man, I was mentally tired. Okay, you're mentally tired. You got to overcome it. And you have to overcome it with a couple things. One is don't drop the football, get open, and play better defense. Sometimes you have to do that to help your quarterback.
All right, the last question for Greg Buttle, who has been great today, and I now feel that LaGreca has been trying to keep you off of this show and have you all to himself. Okay, here's my question. Gronkowski being out there, extra point, I'd say this is the way Belichick's always coached. What is your feeling about Gronkowski being on the field still in a game that was like 9,000 to 24 at that point?
I can only tell you, from experience and history, it's done all the time, and I would absolutely tell you that the Jets got a field goal blocked because their starting left tackle didn't have his leg out the right way on the extra point team. Gronkowski's on the extra point team. If you want to have good special teams, Mike, you better have your athletes and starting players out on that football field. And if you don't, the guy that's out there better be doing a job, because you never know. When that extra point's blocked or that field goal's blocked, you lose a game. So I don't blame a Belichick for putting Gronkowski out there, who's got a big wingspan, a tall guy. That's who you're putting out on those ends, that are going to be able to make people run around you for that extra 1/10 or 2/10 of a second that lets the ball go up and not get blocked. Unfortunately, he got hurt, and that's the way it goes.
Greg Buttle, first of all, thank you for taking a few minutes to come on our show today. And as I understand the terms of engagement now, LaGreca can give me your number, and I can judiciously text you from time to time to get you to come on the program.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
That would be simple. But you know, my people over there know me very well.
Hey, have a great Thanksgiving, pal.
Thanks, you too. I'll see you tomorrow, Donnie.
You got it, baby. Happy Thanksgiving.
See, that's my new theory. You don't want him to come on this show.
Oh,
you want him all to yourself.
How did you guess?
He's great, but he's great. He knows how to get in and out. He has very strong opinions. He's funny. We need to have him. We want him on that wall. We need him on that wall. We've got to get him in the regular rotation.
And he loves you. I don't know why you're so scared of him.
I don't either, but I am. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, 1-800-919-3776 on the Mike Lupica Show.
What is this about the Knicks team chemistry that has them off to such a hot start? And how will Amari Stoudemire fit in when he returns? Jeff Van Gundy joins Michael and Don today at 4 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, and it starts today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
The difference between a job and work? Tools. A job, you just need a desk and a pair of loafers. But work? Building bridges, repairing jets? Those take tools, brains, and a pair of Red Wing boots. Red Wing work boots are purpose-built for the exact work you do. And at a Red Wing shoe store, we still use tools to precisely measure your feet. In fact, maybe we should start wearing a tool belt. Red Wing shoes. Work is our work.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com, where you can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store, except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker gyro screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
There's this old tradition, old belief, and like most old beliefs, it's out of touch, that you can't lose a job due to an injury. You could at my company. You get hurt, backup comes in and delivers, gets hot, he's the guy, sorry. NFL today is win games or get fired. If you can't separate yourself in life and your understudy outperforms you, that is on you. Look in the mirror. We live in a need and a blame society. Stop blaming. Be accountable for your mediocrity. Okay, like it's just like every company in this nation offers you 2 weeks off for sick. You have a right to take it, but if you do, the bosses will think less of you. You either compete or you don't. But if I had a producer and he took every sick day every year, I'd find a way to replace him. Sorry, wouldn't advertise it, wouldn't tell him, but every manager I've ever worked with agrees.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Here's what Ben and Skin are talking about in Dallas.
In a game in which the offensive line probably set football back by about 19 years. I mean, that was bad. The Cowboys are probably going to face a fine from the NFL for just putting such an embarrassing unit out there.
Yeah, an ineptitude fine?
Yeah, an ineptitude fine. The commissioner's looking into it. My sources tell me it could happen.
Catch up with the latest from 103.3's Ben and Skin at ESPNDallas.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, Superstorm Sandy led to a surge in jobless claims. Last week's number was over 450,000, nearly 100,000 above the recent average. This morning's total is down, but still at an elevated level. The Labor Department says the new weekly number is 410,000. Stock futures were little changed after a mixed close for Wall Street averages yesterday. Farm construction equipment maker Deere & Company is out with a small rise in quarterly profits, up almost 3% on last year, but the numbers missed expectations. Eurozone finance ministers talked about it for nearly 12 hours, but they failed to agree on the release of a new loan for Greece. The 17 nations are split over how strict the terms should be. Could get noisy outside your local Walmart. Federal labor officials still have made no decision on a request from the world's largest retailer to stop scheduled Black Friday protests by a union-backed group outside its stores. Richard Davies, ABC News.
Think we're making small talk when you come into a Red Wing shoe store? Think again. We're taking the time to get to know you and the work you do. It's the best way to find exactly the right boot for your job. We back that up with a broad selection of styles that are purpose-built and then custom fit for the work you do. So, we hope you'll put up with a little small talk. It's all for the purpose of helping you do your very big job. Red Wing Shoes. Work is our work.
The state of their receiving corps want Plaxico Burress still on their football team?
I think it's more of a concern for Mark Sanchez. You know, not having him around a guy like Santonio Holmes, Plaxico Burress together. Maybe those personalities didn't match well for a guy like Mark Sanchez. But other than that, I have no idea. Because when you watch his team struggle week in, week out, year in and year out in the red zone, here's a guy who, when given a chance and thrown to last year, had an impact for those guys. So, sometimes personnel doesn't match up, and, the guys don't want to take that risk. You have a young, fragile quarterback in the mental state that Mark Sanchez is in at times, and maybe you don't want to push that button. That to me, could be the only reason. And talking to Plack at times, he felt that way to a certain degree. I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but he just felt like, maybe his personality, his presence in that locker room was too much for the Jets.
All right, we're talking to Antonio Pierce on Linebacker Day on the Mike Lubica Show. And, Donnie, this is a ex-Giant linebacker. Enough said. All right, now, Antonio. Buttle's going to kill me. All right, Antonio, explain this. I'm going to read you a bunch of stats, and you explain if you could find any rhyme or reason on this under Tom Coughlin. 2004, the Giants finished 1-8 after a 5-2 start. 2005, they finished 4-1, then they get shut out by Carolina. 2006, 2-6 down the stretch. 2007, they finished 4-4, but they go on to win the Super Bowl. 2008, finished the year 1-3, lose their first playoff game. 2009, they finished 2-4. 4-4 in 2010. Last year, they go 3-5, and they still win the Super Bowl. All right, you are an ex-player. You're way smarter than I am. Make some sense out of that.
Well, I think, one, you have to look at everything. The first year, you're talking about Eli Manning, rookie year, taking over. And I don't remember what week it was, but I know it was in the middle of the season when Eli took over to become the starting quarterback for the New York Giants. That's going to give you some problems right there. The second year, 2005, which was my first year in New York, we had a bunch of injuries at the linebacker corps. 2006, a bunch of injuries at the defensive line. 2007, we lost guys. We came back strong with a great performance against the Patriots. 2008, we all know we lost Plaxico Burress, regardless of what anybody wants to say. Don't want to blame it on one guy, but that was key to our success, and that was the key to the reason why we didn't win down the stretch. And I think the thing that you look at each and every year is lost key players. Some years we're able to bounce back. Certain years we're not. And I think with this Giant team this year, I think now they get to a point where they're mentally tired. They're having facial injuries. They got a couple guys in and out the lineup, but nothing significant to where you say, that guy, if he was in there, they'll be winning games. But I think they're mentally tired. They play the Super Bowl, they play in February, they celebrate all the way till probably August. You get out to a fast start, then you deal with Hurricane Sandy. I think just the mental drain of the season, the physical drain obviously wears on you, but mentally they might be a team that's just not as focused and not mentally fatigued right now. And I think that's key to them. I think a week off could help. I did hear about this players-only meeting, kind of questionable, and wonder why would you do that after a bye week. But obviously they know what's going on in that locker room better than any of us.